know you, Aries, by the sparks you make fly, by the eager, burning eye with which you look at the day. I know you by each new thing that's tried. First mountains climbed, oceans sailed, and all the new frontiers. For Aries is always there, always first, challenging anything from outer space to a windmill or a Las Vegas slot machine.
I have seen you, Aries, exploding into a room like a string of firecrackers, making things happen, making people move, making ideas live. Then, a fast exit, leaving a hot memory behind for others to get warm by.
I have heard you, Aries, selling your dream to the world, painting your picture on a large canvas, fast-talking, high-rolling, with a ram's head full of fire, moving in straight lines, trying to do it all.
Aries, your word is enthusiasm. From the Greek, entheos, meaning God within. What makes Aries run? The planet Mars. Red-eyed, hot-eyed Mars, all electric and masculine, pushing the native forward all the time, making him take the initiative, filling the ram with the need to accomplish, sending him into the center of strife and desire, anxious to be put to the test, wanting to be tried.
What makes Aries passionate? Mars rules the animal appetite and the need life has for itself. Also the external organs of sex and the muscles and the sinews, the forward physical motion, activity, effort, the life drive.
What makes Aries courageous? The inspiration of Mars is one of impulse, rashness, self-assertiveness, and fearlessness. For this is the planet which is the symbol of war, and war is one of the ways man is called upon to weigh himself in terms of personal courage.
What makes Aries? Energy. For Mars is energy, and Mars rules Aries.
If this tempo makes you nervous, if high altitudes give you nosebleeds, and a day in a revolving door makes you dizzy, if you find it difficult to be ambidextrous on occasions, don't work for an Aries. He flies high, asks much, and moves fast. So fast he can pass you every day for a year, and you still won't know what he looks like. You will have to be in 4 places at the same time. Why not? He can do it. But Aries will give you a chance when others may not. He bets on people, and often will bet quite a lot. To follow the ram is to follow a true leader. He'll get you there, somehow. If there is no way, he'll think a way. And he'll never forget who hung in there when the situation was in doubt.
You have a position which needs filling. Well, if you want a 9-to-5, second-splitting, on-the-dot pension seeker who can see no farther than the time clock in his own desk, if the only way is your way, if his is not to reason why, but to do and die, don't hire an Aries. He has a way of his own. And he can make it work. You have to hang loose or you might lose someone you'll be able to use. Anything that requires imagination and or personality, turn over to Aries. He can sell parachutes to submarine captains or a business course to Howard Hughes. But don't crowd him. He does best when left alone. And here's a switch. He makes other people rich. If your sun and your moon is in Aries, then you are quick to think and quick to act. You'll be long on drive and short on tact. You're an individualist, first, last, and always, self-reliant, original, with great force. And to become a leader is often a natural course of events. But you have to cultivate the sense of other people's feelings. And remember that too much self is the death of the soul.
An Aries characteristic is to use up challenges too quickly, a tendency to leave things half done. If you're the kind, however, whose inner balance is supreme, whose work is always done while things move in a quiet, steady stream, always forward, always sure, then your moon is in Taurus, and you will get where you're going, collecting lots of goodies on the way.
The ram child with his moon in Gemini is versatile, quick-witted, and has a fast tongue. He makes a good speaker or writer, anything where the word is seen or heard. But without control, no secret is sacred. Rumors fly, and it's hard to separate the truth from the lie. Silence is the virtue. More time and thought, and less in talk, wouldn't hurt you at all.
Aries is an idealist, and when the moon is in Cancer, the ambition to make ideas live and to achieve notice can be realized. And this Aries has two loves, where his warmth is and his dreams start, his home and the outside world, where dreams are made realities, and he can handle them both.
When an Aries discovers that love is a big part of his big adventure, that he is an insatiable people needer and a spotlight seeker, and that he must advance and be recognized, then his moon is in Leo, and ambitions will be realized. But if your way is too easy, too much luck with your star, you may never fulfill yourself and become all that you truly are.
Most rams prefer the arena to the desk and the deed to thought. But when it's reversed and fact replaces daring, the moon is in Virgo, and the ram's head must be fed a constant diet of education and information.
The Aries native is not a daydreamer. Action is what he wants. But if you are a daydreamer who lives in a world of delicious possibilities where action is always postponed, then your Aries moon could be in Libra. And if the daydreams can be conquered, then you can become what is known as a Cinderella child, making fancy into fact.
The true warrior never stays down. And when Aries has his moon in Scorpio, this was never truer. For there is a volcano of belief in self that erupts when it is needed. So defeat is never conceded, and victory is never far away. But Scorpio can thicken the hot Aries blood, and violence can come out of frustration. So this combination has to know when to cool it.
Most Aries like words, and when words lead to ideas which lead to larger truths, and you seek other minds to convince, to make others know as you know, then you have the sum of the sun in Aries and the moon in Sagittarius. You then prefer influence to affluence, and you would rather inquire than acquire. But though you learn much, one thing you find it hard to understand. A person is more than what he thinks. There are other things, like what he feels.
The Aries success train is rolling. All the stops are out. The full energy steam is turned on and no time is wasted. Get there is the motto, and you probably will. For the moon is in Capricorn. You're in control, and nothing will slow you down. All you should remember is, fame is the name of the game. But the game isn't always worth the candle.
The Ram native with his moon in Aquarius will climb to the good life through his magnetism and sociability. Oh, you'll go to the right places, wear the right clothes, live in the right house, see the right shows. The danger is, you can be so right, you'll be left on an island called the past, in a world that changes its rights and wrongs with a passion as it does its fashion. To climb is to go up, not necessarily forward.
Don't you know the least thing you can give yourself is self-pity? If you don't, the Aries moon is in Pisces. And though you come on strong, what is hidden inside is in pieces. You make mistakes because you're afraid of making them. Lose chances because you're afraid of taking them. In solitude, you achieve your best, for your thoughts are deep, and you need time before you're brave enough to put them to the test. But when you do, you accomplish much. Nine is the number of life's beginning, and Aries is the beginning of the astrological wheel, the infant of the Zodiac. 9 is the number of fulfillment and attainment, and you are ever in search of these. 9 signifies endeavor and goal, and if Aries has nothing to try for, he is lost. 9 is the numerical sign of activity, and you must be near the action in order to be. 9 is the number of the life cycle, the end and the beginning. It says what Aries says, I am. Nine is the digit of expression happening, and you are one long burst of expression. No, Aries, you may not have 9 lives, but you have the courage to live as if you do.
As diamonds are bright and singular because they shine and capture and reflect light, they are Aries' gem. A diamond is a dazzling experience, ever making its presence known, as a true Aries must do. You can hide a diamond, but you won't keep it from shining. You can sentence an Aries to obscurity, but you can't dull the brightness. And eventually someone will discover Aries. But diamonds are hard and can cut, And the ram has this to remind him that this can happen in the fight to become, with people as with stones.
Color Aries red. As red as fire is red, and flashing neon signs that say, it's happening here. As red as the dice are red when they're shaking and the game is on. For the ram loves the game. You, Aries, reflected in the hot red eye of Mars, must remember that the fire that sustains life and helps make it go can destroy it. And the body that holds Aries can be cremated in its own heat. So Aries, live as if you have 9 lives. Be as dazzling as the diamond, and carry the torch as far as it can go. You can do it, if you know when to stop. Some fires burn nothing but out.
In love again, Aries? Of course you are. The sky is 1,000 circles of fire, as if Van Gogh might have painted it in one of his wilder moments. Here goes the headlong leap, not looking left or right, or very deep, just racing in a high fever towards your new hope, your new destiny, this time it's the brass ring promise of forever, and nothing can stop you now.
In love with an Aries man, my girl? Well, here it comes. The whole routine, the shock treatment, the total spotlight, the war of the roses, the heavy breathing and the slippery sighs. Every day is your birthday. You've been taken over by a passionate sentimentalist who has turned you inside out and has you moving with the speed of light. But you'd better keep up with the action. Or, what happened? He was here a minute ago. Or was he? And what do you mean always doesn't mean forever?
In love with an Aries girl, my boy? It could be more your problem than hers. She can hit you right where you live, in your masculinity. And not with a myth called virginity. This violet doesn't shrink or go pink very often from embarrassment. She can make the first move. And she figures she has the electricity to turn you on. But don't count her too fast, or you might turn her off. If you're looking for the cooking type who marries her home and the protection of your masculine power, take a shower and forget it. A lady likes it out there where it's happening. And if you can handle it, it could be one long 4th of July. Or like being high on everything. And if you can't, where did she go? She was here a minute ago. And what do you mean forever doesn't mean always?
Out of love again, Aries? Not for long. Try it for keeps some time. A Sagittarius or a Leo is a good bet for your sign. Remember, everyone needs an anchor for their dreams, especially you.
Aries begins with an aggressive need to be. He is impatient, volatile, and anxious to get started. He plunges into life with small regard for consequences. He puts the world on its toes immediately, for his mind and his hands are busy trying to touch everything at once. The young ram has to be protected from himself, or he'll break himself in two trying to run through walls. He moves like a wild thing, and like most wild things, needs a special kind of handling that channels the energy without breaking the spirit. The young Aries runs a high fever that erupts and breaks just as suddenly. It is sometimes called temper. It is often forgotten in the next breath. Praise is never wasted on the young ram. He thrives on praise and is motivated by challenge. He is always in a hurry to get out in the field of battle, for he knows that is where he belongs.
In his second season, Aries goes looking for the perfect adversary. He can use up school very quickly, for he learns so fast the sense of things, and details tend to bore him. So he races off to the war. Any war, Aries doesn't care. And he'll take on too many opponents at the same time, scatter his shots, waste many of them, and burn up more juice than he has to. Picking up scars and learning the hard way. But he does learn, and well. He'll make many friends, know many loves, and be the better for it.
In the third season, the ram who has truly learned his lessons is ready to commit himself body and soul to something and to someone. He finds out that the world may be best seen through one window after all, and that there is satisfaction in going all the way with something. And so he brings all his fire, initiative, enterprise, and energy to one single challenge. And you can bet on him not to lose. Rams are not losers.
In his last season, the Aries native has felt the edge soften, and the need to take on all comers is tempered with the satisfaction of having beaten the best adversaries that life can offer. He is much like the retired champion who can enjoy his reputation without taking any more punches. For Aries, man and woman alike, becoming is one long battle, which they win in ways that less courageous people can only dream about.
I believe that cosmic religious sense is one of the strongest and noblest motives behind scientific research. Albert Einstein. I hold it for certain that the celestial bodies have in them certain other influences besides heat and light. I have practiced astrology, and you have not. If I do not condemn it, how can you presume to do so? Sir Francis Bacon. It is the stars above us, governs our conditions. William Shakespeare. Ye stars, which are the poetry of heaven, in your bright leaves we would read the fate of men and empires. Lord Byron. Astrology is astronomy brought down to earth and applied to the affairs of man. Ralph Waldo Emerson. We of the fixed stars have rejected the message of the wanderers of the sky. Do they not tell us of things to come as well as of things long past, buried in the racial memory of man? Henry Miller. It is the very error of the moon. She comes more near to earth than she was wont, and makes men mad. From Othello by William Shakespeare. We are born at a given moment, in a given place. And like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything more. Carl Jung. I know you, Taurus, by the firm outline of your footprints on the sands of time, by everything that stands strong, enduring, as the poet said, the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. I know you by all the solid things on which the world is built, the good earth, the bedrock of the sea, and all the great unbending trees. Taurus is the unshakable, immovable body, created to resist any force that it refuses to allow.
I have seen you, Taurus, waiting for your chance with a patience that defies time, letting everything come to you, never seeming anxious. But when the moment was right, making your move and sweeping up the gains in your sure, strong arms.
I have heard you, Taurus, measuring your words, talking your way into the real heart of the matter, getting things on your own terms, moving with a steady, straight-ahead motion, easygoing, but inevitable. The full-bodied bull who can charge while standing still.
Taurus, your word is stable, from the Latin stabilis, meaning steadfast.
You're looking for a new situation. You have a complete encyclopedia of new ideas. Do you believe that a careful, conservative, play-it-by-the-book boss needs a little shaking up? Do you think the man that says little sees little? Don't work for a Taurus. He moves slowly and keeps his silence. He can take so long to go into action you get nervous waiting for something to happen. You'll just have to hold your breath until he's ready. But be sure he will make his move, and when he does, it will be a big one that will take you along with it. To be led by the bull is to follow method, not madness. He has a reason for everything he does and doesn't take kindly to being questioned. On the other hand, he doesn't lean on you, which is a big bonus because he is a very heavy leaner.
You're looking for someone to fill a position? Well, if what you want is a Charlie-up, wheeler-dealer promotion type, who has a fast pitch and is kind of a King Khan, who makes a shoestring catch on every deal and blinds clients with dazzling footwork and platinum cufflinks, don't hire a Taurus. His broad shoulders are made for the quiet responsibility, the two-thirds of the iceberg underneath that you don't see, but which contains most of the weight. He goes for perfection and thoroughness, and feels best when he's building something, for himself or someone else. He can be the glue which holds the whole thing together.
What makes Taurus patient? The planet Venus, receptive, shy, and sensitive, influences the native with the feminine value of waiting, and the knowledge that the line of least resistance is to wait with a cool passion, and to abide and endure, for all things will come in time.
What makes Taurus build? Venus is the social planet, and societies must build with purpose in order to survive. Venus rules the inner organs of reproduction and the need man has to recreate himself. So Taurus acquires and builds in order to protect the life he is responsible for.
What makes Taurus love? Venus is love's planet, and Venus speaks to Taurus in terms of affection, friendship, devotion, and all the warm things that give the heart its moments, the body its fulfillment, and possessions their real meaning.
What makes Taurus? Strength. For Venus is the planet of love, and love is strength.
If your sun is in Taurus and your moon in Aries, you like to call the shots and have things your way, or not at all. You tolerate no resistance, and persistence is your long suit. You're the kind who can shoot for the moon and get there. But you can create much resentment on the way up. And heaven help you if you ever have to make the return trip. It could be a hard landing.
If your sun and your moon are in Taurus, you are determined without being obstinate, strong without being insensitive, self-controlled without being unfriendly. Yours is a fortunate sign, and if, for instance, money is what you want, it isn't hard for you to accumulate. But with it or without it, you're a nice kind of person who likes people, and the feeling is usually mutual.
Taurus is the solid citizen, but when your moon is in Gemini, you have a tendency to wander and to be plastic, even erratic. And you have to take drastic measures and exert much self-discipline to firm up, steady yourself, and take advantage of your great potential. In other words, the more weight you acquire, the higher you can go.
The Taurian is a mountain of a bull, unyielding. Cancer is a moon child, ever-changing. And though the moon setting above the mountain is a nice picture to look at, it may not be as it seems. It indicates extremes in moods. And the native broods darkly and reacts excessively. However, he is easily influenced for good and for bad, so if he follows the right voice, he goes far and acquires much.
When Taurus has its moon in Leo, it is a combination of two different kinds of bigness, the big Taurian appetite for pleasure and the grand Leonian need to be known. You weave a thick, rich tapestry of extravagance, which you usually can afford, because though you spend much, you often make much. But those love and wine hangovers can make the rich life pretty expensive.
Taurus is a worker, and when the bull's moon is in Virgo, the need is to be doing something, for to be idle is to be dead. But fortunately for you, you can always find something to do. You are pliable and reliable. A good bet to get the job done and your aim achieved. Your passion is to analyze, but you must be wise enough to know that you can analyze life clear out of existence.
The emotions of a Taurian are balanced by perspective. But if you're a Taurian who discovers that try as he may to think a thing through, that it is your heart which gives you your answer, your moon is probably in Libra. You're happiest when there's one constant person to build your life around. Partnerships in all things work best for you. That's why you're so vulnerable and have to keep a critical eye on the people you deal with and on your own emotions.
Sun in Taurus plus Moon in Scorpio equals spontaneous combustion. Hell breaks loose when this native makes his move or has something to prove to himself or the world. This bull doesn't graze or gaze contentedly at the home fire. You are desire on the hoof. You have the spring wound tight. But when you try to unwind, you run it so far down, you find it hard to wind back up and go again.
The optimism of Sagittarius is brought down to earth when the Taurian moon is in the sign of the Archer. On the other hand, the obstinacy of the bull is relaxed somewhat by the Sagittarian influence. There is also a tendency for this Taurian to move more quickly and to speak more rapidly than his other sign brothers. However, yours is a sympathetic nature, and the hope you have for yourself extends to all people.
The Taurian love of home is reaffirmed with his moon in Capricorn. There is the need to be secure and sure of your comfort. To gain this security and comfort, you are able to lay plans carefully. You're a fine blend of idealist and realist. Your ambitions are worthy. Your finger is on the public pulse, so your ambitions are very often realized.
If the Taurus native has an Aquarian moon, you are one of the sunshine people. You come on with a smile that's a winner and a style to match. But you have the heavy Taurian determination perfectly concealed, and your surface is hard to scratch. That is why you are able to get what you're after without ever having to play your ace in the hole.
A Taurian is usually pretty much his own person, but with your moon in Pisces, you are humanity's person. Your need is to know what others need, and to offer what you can, which always includes yourself. You may have dreams of your own, but they are silent ones, because the other person is still your prime concern. You live in all people, and all people live in you. In your world, there are no strangers. Six is the number of balance, and the inner balance of Taurus makes the native stand firm. 6 is the number of beauty, and the big Taurian heart is always ready to let the beautiful in. 6 speaks of symmetry, proportion, everything in its rightful place. Taurus knows the true value of all the parts. 6 is the knowledge of method, and method gives Taurus the strength of a bull. The 6th sense could have been the first sense when we were closer to the earth, which Taurus never leaves. 6 is love's number, and Taurus, touched by Venus, says, "If I truly love, I really have." Six o'clock is the hour to enjoy the home, the people you care for, the good food and the wine, all the comforts Taurus desires.
As coral forms in the moving sea, itself unmoved but growing in its own time, so Taurus takes root, slowly, persistently growing in his own time, building while the world swims frantically around him, urging him in vain to do the same. Most of the reef is submerged in the sea, and it takes a deep dive to see it all. Most of Taurus is also hidden, but coral, once formed, is where it is forever, and the bull has this to remind him that immovable things can be lost because they can't escape.
Color Taurus a soft yellow. As yellow as summer hills and the earth things, and butter, butterflies and buttercups, and all the cowslips that yellow the meadow flats. For the bull loves to graze where the soil is rich and good things grow. But Taurus must know that the earth produces for everyone. And if you claim it all for yourself, you will be alone when at last it claims you.
So Taurus, enjoy your 6 o'clock feast. Be as quietly there as the coral reef. Graze self-satisfied on your yellow hills. As long as you don't forget, there is a world out there, and people who don't want a lot, but who truly need a little.
In love, Taurus. How do I know? By the heavy music you play over and over, and by the rooms filled with flowers and the lines of poetry that appear out of nowhere. For this moment is nothing to take lightly. Love must be a meaningful thing, and one does not scatter their roses. You move into it carefully, with an eye to where it's going and a desire to make it last. For in love, as in all things, Taurus must feel he's building something.
In love with the Taurus man, my girl? Great, if the idea of terra firma under your feet instead of clouds appeals to you. And if you want someone who knows where true north is and has a real sense of direction, you will have to handle a bull who won't let you put a ring through his nose just because he put one on your finger. But he's perfect if you want it sure and solid, and can cope with emotions on a grand and a classic scale. And if you have the wisdom to let a giant sleep. Because if you wave too many red flags before the bull's eye, he can turn the place into a china shop, leave, and never look back.
In love with a Taurus girl, my boy? Now this could be the start of something big, and what's more, permanent. You have just become involved with an Earth Mother, and as the Earth soaks up rain and sunshine and the changing seasons, a Taurus woman absorbs the best you have to offer, and will not settle for less. If it's games you want to play, if you're doing the traveling salesman routine and simply passing through, you may find yourself hung up in town for a while. For the Taurian lady does not let go very easily. But if you do get hung up in town, it may be the best thing that ever happened to you, because she can show you just how much of a man you really are. If you're afraid to find out, grab the next train.
Out of love, Taurus? It's hard to let go, isn't it? You just have to learn there are two kinds of love. The 100-yard dash and the long-distance marathon. Better luck next time. Try a Capricorn, Virgo, or Cancer. And remember that all kinds of love have a reason to be. A nighttime or a lifetime.
Taurus begins with a quiet need to be strong. He is patient and content to get his bearings slowly. He waits for life to come to him, and he is the champion waiter of all time. When he moves, it will be slow and sure, and he refuses to be rushed, pushed, or bullied into action or submission. He thrives on the warm feelings, and love makes his world go round. From the beginning, the young Taurian responds to logic, for this is the value he understands innately. He is docile and peaceful, but if rubbed the wrong way too often, the young bull can explode with a frightening display of anger. Usually, however, he is an easygoing and affectionate youngster. He is what people mean when they say, a good child.
In the second season, the bull begins to formulate his plans. His is a dedication to order, system, and he has a very set approach to attaining his goal. He puts his life together as one would construct a building, carefully drawing his plans, gathering materials, and placing one brick methodically on top of the other. What confuses him is when the best laid plans go astray, and when they do, the cause is inevitably his stubbornness and inflexibility. This is the Taurian dragon.
In the third season, the bull who is truly grown understands that a great plan is one which is loose enough to cope with the unforeseen and deal with the element of surprise. With a newly gained respect for inspiration and a lighter accent on absolutes, the Taurian can bring his broad shoulders, determination, and vast capacity for work to undertakings of large dimension, and can truly help to create monuments that will withstand the test of time.
In the fourth season, the Taurian native can enjoy the full life. He will have acquired material comfort, known love on a profound level, have a home where music always is, and friends are ever welcome. He can also look out of his window and see a world that he has concretely helped build. For Taurus, man and woman alike, to become is to build, and they can know the satisfaction of having been on the ground floor of many enterprises and great undertakings.
I believe that cosmic religious sense is one of the strongest and noblest motives behind scientific research. Albert Einstein. I hold it for certain that the celestial bodies have in them certain other influences besides heat and light. I have practiced astrology, and you have not. If I do not condemn it, how can you presume to do so? Sir Francis Bacon. It is the stars above us, governs our conditions. William Shakespeare. Ye stars, which are the poetry of heaven, in your bright leaves we would read the fate of men and empires. Lord Byron. Astrology is astronomy brought down to earth and applied to the affairs of man. Ralph Waldo Emerson. We of the fixed stars have rejected the message of the wanderers of the sky. Do they not tell us of things to come as well as of things long past, buried in the racial memory of man? Henry Miller. It is the very error of the moon. She comes more near to earth than she was wont, and makes men mad. From Othello by William Shakespeare. We are born at a given moment, in a given place. And like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything more. Carl Jung. I know you, Gemini, by your deep need for self-expression, by all your words, deeds, arguments, inventions, and all the results of your mind, energy, and skill. I know you by the swift, endless current of ideas that flow through time, by the importance of thought in man's evolving, and your knowledge that if the brain sleeps, the emotions can be fatal.
I have seen you, Gemini, quick with your hands, light on your feet, doing everything at once, easily, gracefully, swiftly, constantly in motion, mercurial, covering all the bases. Here one instant, gone the next.
I have heard you, Gemini, asking why, and getting your answers any way and anywhere you can, shooting your quick darts of wit that hit their mark almost every time, catching the rhythm of now with your snapdragon mind, learning all the time, always trying to understand everything at once.
Gemini, your word is intellect, from the Latin word ingenium, meaning genius.
If you believe a boss is a stationary object that doesn't leave his desk, if the only way you can operate is with a traditional set of rules and an employer who would rather do it himself, don't work for a Gemini. He talks staccato, thrives on chaos, and changes the orders while he's giving them. He'll turn your head inside out trying to keep up with him. And when he says, "Call me at the Paris office," then try London or the pub around the corner. Gemini is sharp and like sharp people. And if you can handle the unexpected, your day, your job, and your boss won't ever be dull. The twin is more of a mover than a leader, but you'll learn a great deal from watching him in action. One thing you may learn is just how bright you really aren't, 'cause he's the real thing.
If you're about to hire someone and you have in mind a specialist with a watchmaker head who will be satisfied with one spot on the dial, one pitch to make, and one way to make it. If an employee who appears to be perpetual motion and only has to hear 4 words to know what you want is not what you have in mind, don't hire a Gemini. This native needs space, stimulation, and speed. Too much detail, drudgery, and repetition will drive him or her up the wall. He can play any position in the field, and well, and while doing it can charm the crowd, con the umpire, and talk the opposition into making errors and striking out. You may have to listen to a lot of words, but you might hear one that will put your operation in the black. You catch a bright one when you hire a Gemini. What makes Gemini think? Mercury is the intellectual planet and charges the native's mind with electricity. It gives the twin native perception, so he receives suggestions and converts them into thought. This influence causes an obsession to understand and provides the mental equipment necessary to pursue the possibilities. Mercury is the messenger who brings Gemini the information.
What makes Gemini speak? Mercury rules the brain, the nervous system, and the tongue, all the channels through which the mind is expressed. So the native is effective when writing, affirming, and speaking.
What makes Gemini versatile? The planetary role of Mercury is that of communicator. All the influences of the planet are carried by the swift messenger, giving the native an ability to carry one or many suggestions at a time.
What makes Gemini? Speed. For Mercury is speed, and Mercury rules Gemini. Gemini, if your moon is in Aries, your naturally quick motion is intensified by the Aries fire, and you're not likely to remain in one place for long. You'll be conspicuous by your presence in many places. Many people will call you their friend. You will wander and acquire and be inclined to tire of things and people, always anxious to move on to new possibilities and experiences.
The twin, light as air, likes to fly. Taurus, earthbound, likes to dig in. So the Gemini moon in Taurus results in a more practical native who takes off with a flight plan and a reasonable destination, also providing him with a place to land. The capacity to reach with clear purpose and great energy often results in a touch of genius.
The sun in Gemini and the moon in Gemini indicates a sharp tongue, sure hands, and a short attention span. You're more inclined to scan the surface than to dig very deep into things. You're like this in your love affairs, believing that he who loves and runs away lives to love another day. Yours is a nervous life, but when your nerves are controlled, you can make big moves in most any direction you choose.
If you're the Gemini with your moon in Cancer, you're like an exposed nerve that tunes in on everything. And once you receive something, it's written in your memory forever. You live in a world of perpetual vibrations where the slightest negative can upset you far out of proportion. No matter where your talents may lead you, you will find contentment only in serene, peaceful places with feeling, loving people close by.
Gemini with the moon in Leo begins as a social lion. The early part of life, you are truly a personality kid with the accent on what people think and not on what you can do or can be. With time, however, you find more and more satisfaction in personal accomplishments than in social ones. When a balance between the two is accomplished, you make up for lost time in a hurry, and popularity and success is the result.
The twin with the Virgo moon lives in an emotional elevator and covers all the stories from the basement to the penthouse before you can ask, "Floor, please." Your problem is to zero in on one thing until you get it done. Your tendency is to hit and run. If you should decide to stick, you have a mind which catches on quick, and you can be a large plus in any undertaking.
Two air signs get happily together when the twin has its moon in Libra. If you're lucky enough to have this combination work for you, there's no roof over your dreams, no ceiling to restrain your optimism. You have a clear view of this moment and often the next, and you can be anywhere with ease and belong there. Yours is the life of infinite variety.
Oscar Wilde once proclaimed he could resist anything but temptation. Well, whatever made Oscar Wilde shows up when the Gemini moon is in Scorpio. Then the twin is a swinging, stinging native who takes his pleasure very seriously. You often have brilliance without ambition. The sensation of the moment is more important to you than the possible gratification of tomorrow. But if you ever pull the pieces together, you have the juice to make anything happen.
I shot an arrow into the air, it came to earth, I know not where. There you have a picture of the twins' moon in Sagittarius, the heir of Gemini and the archer's arrow. Not necessarily aimed, often shot for the fun of it and the show of it. But people like to watch you and listen to you when you're on, and you know they do. You often use this fact to get where you're going.
There are good opportunists and bad ones. The Gemini moon in Capricorn produces a good one. The sure-footed determination of the goat gives direction and definition to the zigzag tendency of the twins. The quick Mercury eye sees, and the steady Saturn goat pursues. Ambitions are achieved more by perspiration than inspiration. The native is a natural business success, shrewd and objective, but still respectful of human values.
With the moon in Aquarius, the twins' key word is originality. Your view of the world has dimension unavailable to most. The ability to see the reflection of the future in the mirror of the present is highly developed. Your understanding is instinctive, and your abilities creative. To know you is to learn, and yours is the gift of communication. You feel most significant when you are making others understand, feel, and grow.
The Gemini moon in Pisces makes a unique journey. This is the sign of the commonplace and the ordinary. All your journeys start down deep within yourself, for you are always searching there for answers. And while doing this, often forget that the external world has some answers too. Once you accept the outside world as also having value, you can use your self-knowledge to serve that world very well. Five is the halfway number between 1 the beginning and 9 the completion, and Gemini has a perfect view in both directions. 5 is the number of mediation, and Gemini's cool head and clear sight makes him the perfect mediator. 5 indicates agency or conveyor, and Mercury's twin is the Zodiac's #1 communicator. 5 is the number of movement, and the Geminian is a body and a mind constantly in motion. 5 is the indicator of vision and says what Gemini says, I think. Five fingers times 2, then double again. 5 senses times 2, also doubled again. These speak the many possibilities of Gemini.
Beryl is Gemini stone and is extremely hard until it is touched with light. Then it captures a variety of colors, arranging them in geometric patterns and impressing a thing of beauty upon the eyes, communicating what it receives, as Gemini does. A beryl would be a sad stone if it had no colors to reflect, and a twin would perish if he had nothing to express. However, if you break down beryl to its essentials, it is beryllium and aluminum, 2 hard materials with no color or designs to show. And the twin has this to remind him that illusion is part of the picture, and without it, things can get pretty dull.
Color Gemini orange. As orange trees when it's time for picking, or the scent of blossoms when it's time for wearing. As orange as things most people have never heard of. Basket worms, creepers, bats and berries. Orange as crowned warblers and fleabane, and daylilies and gourds, grass and gum and hawkweed. For Gemini will find them all and bring them home in a basket of words. Still, he has to be sure that he is not so weighed down with facts and words that dreams don't ever get going.
So Gemini, enjoy your 5 times 2 fingers and senses. Assemble all the colors of the sun. Reap your orange harvest of knowing and doing. But remember, it's good to know something and to do something. It's more important to be something.
In love, Gemini? Or aren't you sure? Is it love? Or a quiz show? Or a contest or a foot race? The moment you feel something, did you? But if you did, how come you're not sure? Or are you? This is the time when the mind is somehow not enough. But that's absurd. Isn't it always a case of mind over matter? If not, why not?
In love with a Gemini man, my girl? And you'd like to know where you stand. How can you when he doesn't know? But the thing is, he might. Then why keep it a secret? Or protest too much? Well, accepted. You're not in a love affair, but a house of mirrors or a funny farm. But it's more laughs, sometimes, than you ever knew you could have. And you know he has a burn for you. Well, he just called you long distance and talked for 2 hours and said he wanted to make it permanent. Well, he did say that, didn't he? Well, yes. And no.
In love with a Gemini girl, my man? Laughs, right? Well, then how come you're not laughing? You fascinate her, right? Well, then how come she keeps checking the room to see what new action is happening? She invites you in, then closes the door in your face. She thanks you for the roses, then tells you how much she likes orchids. She doesn't let you get a word in for the whole evening, then tells you what a brilliant conversationalist you are. You're a stranger in paradox, and you should run for your life, but oh, she's the most charming, witty, intelligent, swinging, attractive female you ever encountered. And she digs you. When you asked her to make it final, didn't she give you a 3-hour answer and say yes? Or was it no?
Out of love, Gemini? What did you do wrong? Or to put it another way, what did you do right? It was your fault. But she blew it. Or vice versa. Next time, have a little more faith in what you feel. An Aquarian or a Libra. Also, next time, really listen. She or he could be telling you something.
Gemini begins life in a hurry, as if he was shot out of a cannon. Make that 2 cannons. Seek him in heaven, seek him in hell, the elusive Scarlet Pimpernel. Well, wherever he turns up, you can be sure he'll be checking everything out. His compulsion is to know what everything is all about. When he finally stops his frantic rush for a moment, his tongue begins, and out comes the whole story of what he's seen and learned, and all the details. The twin loves to investigate and communicate. He has 2 hands and gets the maximum performance from each. He might even have 2 brains because his thought process never seems to sleep. The thing he has to make the world accept is that he can do more than one thing at a time, and do it well.
In his 2nd season, the twin takes off in a great hurry to see a great many places and do a great many things, often too many. It's difficult to relate to one thing when you can appreciate so many. So Gemini finds himself establishing a touch-and-go pattern, where life is merely sampled or tasted without actually being assimilated. Variety may be the spice of life, but too many spices can play havoc with the digestion.
In the 3rd season, the twin who has matured discovers the value of special achievement. The many facets of his talent take form, and a complete picture emerges. The intellect deepens and comes to grips with problems on a more significant basis. It is then this native makes his most important contribution and communicates the worth of knowledge and experience in its most active form.
In his last season, Gemini, surrounded by his books, his interests, his family, and a host of reverential friends, can take satisfaction in a life of many accomplishments. He will always have something in the enormous store of his mind and his reference to offer all who come within his circle. For Gemini, man and woman alike, to become is to inspire and influence. Theirs is that sense of fulfillment that comes from having made the world more aware than it was before they came along.
I believe that cosmic religious sense is one of the strongest and noblest motives behind scientific research. Albert Einstein. I hold it for certain that the celestial bodies have in them certain other influences besides heat and light. I have practiced astrology, and you have not. If I do not condemn it, how can you presume to do so? Sir Francis Bacon. It is the stars above us, governs our conditions. William Shakespeare. Ye stars, which are the poetry of heaven, in your bright leaves we would read the fate of men and empires. Lord Byron. Astrology is astronomy brought down to earth and applied to the affairs of man. Ralph Waldo Emerson. We of the fixed stars have rejected the message of the wanderers of the sky. Do they not tell us of things to come as well as of things long past, buried in the racial memory of man? Henry Miller. It is the very error of the moon. She comes more near to earth than she was wont, and makes men mad. From Othello by William Shakespeare. We are born at a given moment, in a given place. And like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything more. Carl Jung. I know you, Moonchild, by the ocean depth of your emotions, the heights that your imagination can reach, by the chains of sensation that link one heart to another and create the need for people to be close to one another. I know you by all the candles burning in windows that say, "This is home. There is warmth here, and safety, and love."
I have seen you, Cancer, making your daily journey between heaven and hell, running the emotional scale, making a symphony of every note, wringing it dry, always absorbing everything like a patient, soft sponge, using patience as the key for opening the doors.
I have heard you, Moonchild, your voice following the change of the tide, your laughter floating on the dark sea, and your tears on the sobbing wind, saying in a million ways again and again, "I feel, I truly feel," and you do, Moonchild, you really do.
Cancer, your word is tenacious, from the Latin tenaces, which means holding tight.
you have the idea that an employer is someone to con, that the formula for work is 40% effort and 60% coffee breaks, small talk, and excuses. If work is a necessary evil, don't work for a Cancer. Intuition is his thing, and he'll have you charted on a built-in radar screen each moment of the working day. You won't know how he knows things. He doesn't. He picks them out of the air. There is only one word a Cancer knows in business. That word is more. More effort, more product, more profit. The crab combines the hard shell of practicality with the soft inner stuff of imagination and intuition, which spells for a successful leader. The only trouble is, if he likes you, you'll find it hard to quit. Cancers don't like to let go of anything.
You need an extra hand right now. It's a scheme, and you want someone to go along. If it hits, it'll be a real killer. But presently, all you can pay is, well, not much. If that's your story, don't hire a Cancer. He's not looking for a big killing. He wants to put something solid together. He believes in the sure thing and the sure dollar. He may bet a long shot at the track, but he doesn't gamble much with time or energy. A position must offer him a chance to build a future and to feather his nest. In return, you'll get a full effort, a reliable worker, and he'll go round the clock when he has to. He'll hang on until the thing is done. And if you forget to write something down, ask him. He'll remember. Cancers don't like to let go of anything. What makes Cancer feel? The moon is a convertible planet, totally responsive to the suggestion of all the other planets, causing the Cancer native to receive all the planetary vibrations, to expand and contract with the expansion and contraction of the moon, to exist in a sea of sensation, imagination, and emotion. The moon is feminine and negative, more sensitive to feeling than to thought.
What makes Cancer tenacious? The moon rules the fluids, including the inner juices of human beings, that which assimilates and feeds the body. So the crab feeds his astral brain, assimilating and distributing all he receives slowly until it becomes a part of him.
What makes Cancer domestic? The moon dominates the domestic urges. As the ocean produces a crab with a protective shell, so the Cancer native seeks the protection of home, the security of loved ones, and the inside warmth of being needed.
What makes the moon child? Emotion. Because the moon is emotion, and the moon rules Cancer. When the sun is in Cancer and the moon in Aries, the desire to be acknowledged is strong. The crab absorbs and the ram expresses. So the I feel and I am are going to be known by the world, even though your world may not extend beyond your immediate circle of family and friends. As independent and rebellious as you may appear at times, you achieve your best results where people are involved.
The moonchild's moon in Taurus indicates a native heavy with imagination. Imagination which has an offbeat quality that bears your unmistakable signature. You are also able to change with purpose and adapt with ease. You can sense the shifting of trends as they begin and end, and can work them to great personal advantages. The crab receives the impressions, and the bull knows what to do with them.
With the Cancer moon in Gemini, to know is to grow, and the moon child's susceptibility to suggestion is given an opportunity to absorb knowledge and to thrive on it. There's a struggle with self-control and a tendency to turn yourself inside out for all the world to see. A few secrets of their own never hurt anyone. The more you reveal, the more vulnerable you are.
The sun in Cancer and the moon in Cancer can sometimes be too much of a good thing, the good thing being the need to feel. With you, too much is not always enough, and your emotional appetite increases with intake. So life can never convince you either with sympathy, love, or friendship, because you simply can't get enough proof that these feelings truly exist.
The sun and the moon come together when the Cancer moon is in Leo. The romantic tendency of the moon child is intensified and heated to a sensual boil by the lion's fever. In affairs of the heart and the flesh, you are an extremist. But in matters of the mind, the cool face of the moon shows and keeps thought controlled, giving you the best of most situations.
The mind which analyzes the emotions before either are prepared to question wisely or answer honestly creates in the young a confusion which leads to hypersensitivity. This is the early dilemma of the moon child's moon in Virgo, and this struggle between a deeply feeling native and a very critical mind results in unique understanding. You are aware of your own motives and the motives of others, and this is a big edge to have going for you.
A crab with the moon in Libra is an observer first and a participant second. You have an oriental delicacy, a quiet approach to life and to people. You enter cautiously and reveal yourself slowly. You seem to be closer to the emotional expression of others than you are to the people themselves. But once you believe in someone, you are able to commit yourself in deeply personal terms.
Idealist Cancer is converted into a realist when the moon is in Scorpio. The water sign is changed into a dollar sign, and the sidewise walking, home-loving crab becomes the forward-moving, sensation-seeking scorpion. The quality of being receptive is changed to the need to dominate. If you are man or woman, the opposite sex gravitates to you, literally hypnotized by your energy, self-sufficiency, and power.
If you have a big enough bow and a long enough arrow, you can hit infinity right in the center. At least, that's what you believe if you're a moon child with your moon in Sagittarius. Only one thing is wrong. No one is big enough to pick up and string such a bow and aim such an arrow. Nevertheless, you will always get an A for effort, and quite often a high mark on result. You have two very heavy things going for you: courage and luck.
The crab is tenacious and the goat is ambitious, and when the moon is in Capricorn, chances are the crab will have something to hold on to, because this native is extremely acquisitive. He wants to own, wants to rise, wants affection, respect, and position. He wants a great deal. The only thing he must define is if he acquires for the purpose of impressing others or to truly fulfill himself.
Cancer with an Aquarian moon indicates a broadening of emotional values, so that they reach beyond the moon child's home and embrace a larger world. You are the combination that can truly turn all the world into a stage. You communicate feelings on a large scale and create a warm sense of well-being in all who are subjected to your positive and electric personality. Your main concern should be, what gaineth a man if he gets all the applause and loses himself?
Two water signs which add to each other. Cancer with the moon in Pisces. You stay close to home, but never shut yourself in, or lock your doors, or draw your blinds. That's why you always know what is happening out there. Your vision is clear, and so is the road to success. You are truly a practical dreamer, and dreams work for you. Sometimes you're suspicious in relationships, but once convinced, you are a loyal, generous, sincere lover or friend. Two is the number of wisdom of the self, and the true Cancer is master of his moods. Two is the number of reflection, and the moon child is the mirror of all emotions. Two is the indication of receptivity, and the Cancer born is always in the process of absorbing ideas and conditions. Two is the symbol of alternation, and the crab is a native of extremes, living in a perpetual state of change. Two is the number of dependency, and moon children suffer intensely when lonely. Two is the number that creates life, and two people shelter and protect it. This is at the core of Cancer's existence. Two is the occult designation of the life force in living things.
Pearls are born in the sea and of the sea, forming slowly in layers in which the rhythm, the deep changing tides and currents, the calm and the storms are molded into beauty and value within a living thing. So the moonchild molds into his being the rhythm, tides and currents, calm and storms of man's emotions. Pearls are a magnet, drawing men down to ocean beds with their luster and their value, just as the Cancer is a magnet, drawing all things to him. But the crab has this to know: should the shells which contain the secret of the pearl seal themselves too tightly or bury themselves too deeply in the ocean floor, their exquisite possessions could be lost forever and wasted in darkness.
Color Cancer everything. As silver as the midnight sea can be when the light is pale. As yellow roses, or tulips, or daisies, when they live in the souls of dreamers. Or as yellow as a moon-kissed orange, or a sun-kissed morning. For the crab owns them all, absorbs them all, until they color the walls of his shell. A painting dedicated to all that he feels. But you, moonchild, must learn that one can become a victim of his feelings, lose hold on the other world and drown in a sea of emotion, sentimentality, and sensationalism.
So, Cancer, play host to all your moods, nourish your secrets like the pearl, bathe your moments in all the emotional colors. Just keep in mind, colors are only part of a painting, and every painting is not a self-portrait.
In love, Cancer? Oh, you won't tell. You'll withdraw into your crab shell, keeping an eye on the moon. But of course you're in love. The visions of home, domestic bliss, and truly belonging are filling your nights and your days. And yet, the acceptance of a new reality means letting go of the present one, and letting go of something isn't easy for you to do.
In love with a Cancer man, my girl? You are now on an emotional roller coaster. What he feels is what you've got, and that could be anything at any time. His highs and his lows may be difficult to keep up with. However, under that rising and falling emotional tide, there is a man who really believes that a home is the backbone of his existence. And he will mean it when he shares his life with you. And it will probably be a satisfying life, based on security and affection. All you have to do is love him enough to let him have his emotional binges, and have the Bloody Marys ready when he wakes up next morning, or an ice pack for his heart.
In love with a Cancer girl, my boy? Well, I hope you like the blues and the lonely 2 a.m. sound, because you're going to hear many choruses. I also hope you like to laugh, because she'll break you up intentionally, unintentionally, for hours at a time. The truth is, I hope you like everything. That's what you're going to get. This is a moon child, and she waxes and she wanes and loses and gains in perfect sympathy with the lunar cycle. She won't just accept you. She'll absorb you, and once she does, you're there for the duration. This is a beautiful woman who'll make you a home. She will come to you with memories and faith, and a talent for believing in you that makes you far more than what you are. All you need is an ear for music, a feeling for the blues, and of course, a good sense of humor.
Out of love, Cancer? Can't shake it. It's that memory of yours. Just won't let go of yesterday. When you recover enough to try again, make it a Pisces or a Scorpio. In the meantime, remember, sometimes you just have to let go.
The Cancer child begins with an inborn need to feel. Nothing escapes him. The crab, who has as yet developed no hard outer shell to protect him, is vulnerable and fearful that his defenselessness will be apparent and taken advantage of. In the beginning, his family and his house are his shell, and the sense of this never deserts him. Home will always be the safest place of all. The moon child will laugh and cry practically in the same breath, and have a flair for self-dramatizing that may be with him all his life. This is a loving and affectionate child who will never quite fall out of love with his childhood fantasies, adventures, and mementos. Anything that touches him, the moon child will carry inside forever.
In his second season, the tenacious crab slowly lets go of childhood and moves in broken lines towards his objective, wary, watchful, ever prepared to seize opportunity. One obstacle stands in the way: his inability to deal with real or imagined hurts and rejections. And his exaggerated personal reactions cause him a loss of objectivity. This can mean that he retreats from a situation prematurely, and for the wrong reason. At this point in his life, the emotions still have the upper hand.
In the third season, the Cancer native who has matured brings his nature under control. Then the practical instincts of the crab, combined with his incredible retention, imagination, intuition, and tenacity, come together, and the battle is won. It is won in the areas of the professions, the arts, the business world. Cancers are adaptable and can be found functioning anywhere. One thing is certain: he will be earning what he has and paying his own way.
In the fourth season, the crab will walk by the evening sea, his family beside him. They will share the moon and the night air. There will be laughter and warm feelings, and of course there will be a few tears. But most of all, there will be unlimited memories and immeasurable love. For Cancer, man and woman alike, to become is to feel. And they know the fulfillment of keeping feelings alive in a world that tends to turn cold.
I believe that cosmic religious sense is one of the strongest and noblest motives behind scientific research. Albert Einstein. I hold it for certain that the celestial bodies have in them certain other influences besides heat and light. I have practiced astrology, and you have not. If I do not condemn it, how can you presume to do so? Sir Francis Bacon. It is the stars above us, governs our conditions. William Shakespeare. Ye stars, which are the poetry of heaven, in your bright leaves we would read the fate of men and empires. Lord Byron. Astrology is astronomy brought down to earth and applied to the affairs of man. Ralph Waldo Emerson. We of the fixed stars have rejected the message of the wanderers of the sky. Do they not tell us of things to come as well as of things long past, buried in the racial memory of man? Henry Miller. It is the very error of the moon. She comes more near to earth than she was wont, and makes men mad. From Othello by William Shakespeare. We are born at a given moment, in a given place. And like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything more. Carl Jung. I know you, Leo, by the tall way you stand, by the fierce pride that singles you out from the crowd and sets you in the center of the stage, and by your dignity, and by every person's need to be acknowledged and applauded. I know you by all the things that make men desire to be noble, the need to be big, to reach high, to live generously, and your belief that life is a great and glorious adventure.
I have seen you, Leo, with your large lion's heart and your generous hand, wearing your sun crown, assuming command, leading, believing in people, and asking only that they believe in you so you can get the best from each other.
I have heard you, Leo, trying to give wings to words, attempting to make language important, truly telling every man, loser and winner alike, that he does have worth, speaking for all people in all times, knowing it is all part of a great design.
Leo, your word is noble, from the Latin nobilis, which also means outstanding.
If you think you know more than the teacher, if you have the notion that the boss's chair is the possible end to be gained, if you have the Iago desire to see the noble crumble, don't work for a Leo. He leads, you follow. He talks, you listen. He knows and you learn, and if it doesn't go that way, it won't go at all, because he doesn't crumble. You're working for a benevolent dictator who wears the mantle of leadership as naturally as most people wear their skin. He has a genius for knowing what you do best and how you fit into his plan. He can praise lavishly and criticize severely and never be embarrassed. You, however, would be wise to withhold criticism, but never compliments. This is a generous leader with a big view and a towering ego. If your penchant for details is strong and your ambitions modest, he's your kind of boss.
If the position you have open relegates the employee to some dark corner where he will toil unseen and unsung, should you believe that a worker should be seen and not heard, or heard and not seen, don't hire a Leo. This is not the native who leads a life of quiet desperation. He's a walking splash of color, and he must be recognized in order to function. His loyalty is unquestionable, his dignity unassailable, his ego insufferable. But he normally can do 8 hours work in one, and his staying power is a thing of wonder. Just never forget to remind him that you know he's there, and you'll have a prince of an employee. What makes Leo proud? The sun is Leo's planet, majestic, positive, masculine, commanding the sky, warming the earth, conspicuously placing the native high in the center, inspiring nobility of purpose, largeness of view, and causing others to look to the lion for leadership and inspiration.
What makes Leo vital? The sun rules the heart, and the dominant heart makes the blood flow. The sun, the source of energy and light, pours life and the love of life into the bloodstream until it is bursting through the pores of the skin for all to see and to feel.
What makes Leo liberal? The inspiration of the sun creates pride, graciousness, and generosity. And as the sun gives warmth and life in abundance, so the lion is compelled to give of himself, feeling the more you give, the more you become.
What makes Leo? Pride. For the sun rules Leo, and the sun is king. When the sun is in Leo and the moon is in Aries, this is a case of using fire to help fire. The fiery pride of Leo and the incandescent aggressiveness of Aries has courage as the common denominator. There is strength of conviction in your destiny to lead. Your initial victory, however, must be over the intensity of your personal relationships, because the true leader must be bigger than any single part of his life. Once you accomplish this, yours is life lived to its fullest dimensions.
Leo's open, generous hand is closed somewhat by the moon in Taurus, but your love of pleasure is deepened. Your idealism is toughened and the lion's large view narrowed because of a tendency to get hung up on small things. However, there is great strength and foresight in this combination, plus the force and ability to make the wheels of business turn at your command. And the larger the view, the more readily the wheels will turn.
The lion with a Gemini moon is a lion who likes jungles to roam in, whether in thought or action. He begins with a desire to prowl, investigate, and to test. Then he likes to emerge and tell the world of the things he's seen, learned, and felt. The Leonian capacity to feel, coupled with the alert Gemini mind, makes him the perfect combination to express and to make himself heard by a large audience.
The sun in Leo and the moon in Cancer results in a native whose home is most surely his castle. It is a place dedicated to comfort and love. Leo's need to impress and to live in the whole world is tempered by the domestic instincts of the crab. This is the sign of basic human needs elevated to living that resembles art. It is a combination of the best values of mind and emotions, honestly expressed with love.
The natural inclination of Leo is to be bigger than life. With the moon in Leo, you are not only bigger than life, but above it and outside of it. For yours is a cold fire which combines vitality and detachment. With you, what people see is not necessarily what they've got. Your natural gravitation is upward towards high places or highly placed people. But even as you move into the world and through it, you are reluctant to let the world get too close to you.
The legendary Leonian pride takes on a more intellectual dimension when the moon is in Virgo. You take more pride in what you think than in what others think of you. Yours is more isolation than independence. You're known by everyone to be critical of everything around you. What is not known is that you are secretly most critical of yourself. Your star gets off the ground when you are inspired by creative and intellectual goals.
The moon in Libra creates a warm-hearted lion, whose reason for living is essentially people, and whose need is to be close to them. This need dominates the existence. Yours is indeed a love combination. Love of individuals, beauty, anything that springs from the human heart, which fortunately your mind is strong enough to understand and your heart is big enough to encompass. You are what is known as a benevolent leader.
The sun-shot lion with the emotional moon in Scorpio results in a wild, intense consumer of people, passions, and possessions. In your journey, however, nothing defeats like excess. For without control, you can burn yourself out with the heat of living. Yours is a subjective world of primitive drives, which when focused and contained, can elevate the native to true greatness.
The optimism of Leo plus the optimism of Sagittarius makes you a life lover and leaves no space between the impulse and the act. The native flies with the speed of light in any direction that his fancy takes him. And sometimes his fancy takes him in too many directions at the same time. When he finally decides on one, he can do anything. But one of anything is difficult for him to decide on.
The sun in Leo and the moon in Capricorn indicates the native born to lead. Once your goal is defined and your plan is conceived, there is only one possibility, and that is success. You can attain whatever you project, and obstacles crumble when you attack. A king is a leader. An ambitious king is an absolute ruler.
The Leonian moon in Aquarius is inspiration's child, and your imagination can conquer reality and create significant contributions in many areas. The opposition of sun to moon provides the native with intuitive abilities, which tunes you into people and makes you capable of good judgment and deep compassion. This is a poet's sign, and brings with it all the elements of idealism, sensitivity, and the need to express.
Sun in Leo, Moon in Pisces. The sensitivity of this meeting produces a highly susceptible native. You are a humanist in all aspects of your life. The Pisces compassion, fused with the lion's need to make his wishes known, manifests in someone who rises in order to serve. For you are aware that if there is one forgotten man, no man is worth remembering. The number 1 in the Kabbalah is called the crown, and Leo's primary purpose is to rule. 1 is the numerical sign of originality, and the lion's seal is indelibly stamped on everything he does. 1 is the number of unity, and Leo's large view unites all the pieces into one picture. 1 is energy and essence expressed in all things, and Leo of the Sun expresses the essence and energy of life. 1 is the indicator or beginning, an initiative, reflecting I am and I will, the two driving forces within the lion. 1 is the sign of the solitary onlooker, and Leo, alone and isolated, can see it all. One is the world of the future, a world that Leo can envision from his high place.
As the ruby is rare and warm because it is filled with color, deep and rich, it is Leo's stone. The ruby is a command to the eyes to behold and appreciate, and this is the lion's message. Rubies are found in the palaces of kings, in their crowns and on their fingers. They say, "Look at me, I have worth, I am special," just as Leo says. For he cannot tolerate being overlooked, underrated, or outclassed. But rubies are ornamental, a sign of vanity, pomp, and circumstance. And the lion has this to remind him that showing off is one thing, and growing up is another.
Color, Leo, orange and yellow. As orange-yellow as the sunrise or sunset that illuminates the beginning and the end of the day. As orange-yellow as the golden scepter in the hand of the ruler. For the lion must be king in his jungle, whatever his jungle may be. You, Leo, must remember that to lead is to serve not yourself, but others. And power is not a gift, but a loan that can be easily reclaimed.
So, Leo, be the one that leads. Be as rich and obvious as the ruby. Follow the sun as high as you can go. Only remember the ancient myth of the God-man who flew too close to the sun and melted his wings?
In love, Leo? It's the talk of the town. And you're doing most of the talking. This is the greatest, grandest, most glorious, romantic happening in all the history of lovers. This isn't a simple affair of the heart. It's a Rodin statue, a Sistine Chapel, a 14-karat gold ruby-studded temple of pleasure which outdoes the Taj Mahal.
In love with a Leo man, my girl? You are about to become a tasty dish to set before the king, and you'll really be appreciated. Get your hair styled, lay in a supply of perfume, wrap your royal skin in silks, satins, and fur, and take your vitamins. It's showtime. And every night is opening night. Not yours, his. The star is Leo, but you have the royal box seat. However, don't think he's blinded by the footlights or the spotlight. He'll have one eye on you all the time. You're the king's favorite. And if you can handle the role, you could make queen. One thing is sure, every head waiter in town will know your name. Leo is a big spender with a big need.
In love with a Leo girl, my man? Can you keep your head while all about you are losing theirs over your lady? The word for the lioness is style. Her style places her in the center of the room and makes her a target for every man on the scene. This pussycat likes the best of everything that's happening now. She is a social lioness with a flair for being in. If the limelight is too bright for you, well, she may be too much for you. Also, you better believe that the age of chivalry is not dead, and that romance is a very real reality. For this is a love lady, and the secret to holding her is a cool head and a very warm heart. If you prove otherwise, you'll be saying, "Pussycat, pussycat, where have you been?" And your answer will probably be, "A yawn."
Out of love, Leo? Again, Leo? You'll recover. But it doesn't seem possible. I mean, it was so big and... Well, next time try an Aries or a Sagittarius. And try to remember, a thing doesn't have to be too much to be important. Just enough.
Leo begins with an insatiable need to be known, respected, and adored. He will go to any extremes to ensure his need is satisfied. This is a child whose faith in human beings is difficult to destroy. People, in fact, have such worth in his eyes that he literally lives and dies on the basis of their approval or denial. The Leo cub senses from the start that he will one day assume the throne and all the attendant responsibilities. So he must be affirmed and reaffirmed until he believes he is worthy of this place in the sun. In his youth, he will alternate between testing his powers of leadership and withdrawing in the fear that he will be weighed and found wanting. This is one native who must find his own way, for he will inherit all the aloneness of leadership.
In his second season, the lion moves towards the spotlight he longs for. His tendency is to substitute personality for activity, and he may appeal to unworthy audiences and be applauded for the wrong reasons. Instead of giving to people inspired leadership, he makes a mirror of them, in which he can see his own glorious reflection and escape his real purpose.
his third season, after postponing his destiny, the mature lion is ready to assume command. His belief in his worth rises until he gains recognition for the person he truly is and for the values he most deeply possesses. A grasp of the big idea, the ability to find the best man for the job, a faith in people that inspires them above and beyond the call of duty, and a dignity and courage that is unshakable.
In his last season, the old lion, a proud lion with a grand manner and a great deal of wisdom, still is master of all he surveys, and there is still an adoring audience waiting for him to rise from a luxurious sleep and shine for them. It seems as though this sun will never lose its fire or brilliance, and if it did, no one would ever know. The lion wouldn't let them. For Leo, man or woman alike, to become is to be proud, and they know the profound satisfaction of having won without ever having lost dignity.
I believe that cosmic religious sense is one of the strongest and noblest motives behind scientific research. Albert Einstein. I hold it for certain that the celestial bodies have in them certain other influences besides heat and light. I have practiced astrology, and you have not. If I do not condemn it, how can you presume to do so? Sir Francis Bacon. It is the stars above us, governs our conditions. William Shakespeare. Ye stars, which are the poetry of heaven, in your bright leaves we would read the fate of men and empires. Lord Byron. Astrology is astronomy brought down to earth and applied to the affairs of man. Ralph Waldo Emerson. We of the fixed stars have rejected the message of the wanderers of the sky. Do they not tell us of things to come as well as of things long past, buried in the racial memory of man? Henry Miller. It is the very error of the moon. She comes more near to earth than she was wont, and makes men mad. From Othello by William Shakespeare. We are born at a given moment, in a given place. And like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything more. Carl Jung. I know you, Virgo, because you are the one who knows how to get the thing done. Because without your know-how, the pieces would not come together, and nothing would work smoothly. I know you by the details, data, numbers, your critical eye can measure, weigh, and understand. For Virgo is the no-nonsense, meticulous realizer of other men's dreams, and the reason those dreams get off the ground.
I have seen you, Virgo, with your slide rule mind and your sure fingers, far away from fanfare, spotlight, and applause, carefully tying up the loose ends, doing your lonely work, making certain everything is right and ready, while others are out front taking the bows. You being satisfied with a job well done.
I have heard you, Virgo, asking how, knowing what to do with the answers, while others are speculating on why, and accomplishing nothing much at all. I have heard you, Virgo, always saying what you mean, and trying to mean what you say.
Virgo, your word is work, derived from the Greek ergon, which also means to do.
If work is something that should be fun and nothing to get uptight about, if you have a fatalistic attitude that says, if it works out, great. If not, better luck next time, don't work for a Virgo. He runs a tight ship with a sober crew, and he sails by effort, not by luck. You won't ever be able to lose yourself in the crowd and slide by. His eyes were made for detail. He'll know everything about your job and how you're doing it. To him, the executive chair is a hot seat. He's not quite at ease, which makes his careful virgin nature even more so. But if you can live with a rigid situation and a perfectionist head man, you'll always be very fairly rewarded. Just don't whistle while you work.
If there's an opening in your firm and you're looking for a back-slapping, eye-winking yes-man who likes to swap gags, do the cocktail thing with the boys, and who'll really liven up the old place, don't hire a Virgo. He comes to work. And if you get him, you've got the jewel. He thrives on detail, will be the first one there, and the last to leave. Your secretary will be safe, and so will the company. He'll provide the answers and keep everybody's feet on the ground. Virgo won't push you for the raise or the bonus. He just wants a fair shake and enough work to keep him busy. Also, he isn't after your job. He doesn't want to be leader. He just wants to be effective. And he won't whistle while he works. What makes Virgo precise? Mercury is the planet of the mind. It rules the intellectual needs, calculation, dimension, shape, and tone. Also the need to analyze, to weigh, and to measure. So the Virgin is motivated by a self-conscious desire to be effectively knowing and quietly efficient. It allows for few errors in judgment or performance.
What makes Virgo discriminating? Mercury also rules the ability to compare, and rules the intestines, which select and reject that which has or has not value for the organism. The result being a native that has the critical eye and can separate and categorize.
What makes Virgo industrious? The electric Mercury governs the quality of ability. And in the Virgin's every nerve, the want to be able is strongly featured. And the fear of self-compromise drives the native constantly towards accomplishment and perfection.
What makes Virgo? Method. Mercury is scientific, and Mercury rules Virgo. The Sun in Virgo and the Moon in Aries combines a critical ability with an aggressive personality. The careful virgin nature drops its guard under the influence of the speculating ram. After a few false starts, the drive toward personal recognition begins, and the excellent mental equipment of Virgo, fired by the enthusiasm of Aries, helps desires to be realized.
The Virgin Moon in Taurus softens the corners of ambition, and usually the native likes the living to be easy. You're often fortunate in matters of money, and sheer luck seems to favor you. You prefer harmony to excitement, and have an aversion to being rushed. You are a great audience, and both artists and life love to have you around.
It's been said that man is not a beast of pure reason alone. The Virgo with the twin moon seems to learn everything but that. You are mostly education and information, but not very big in inspiration and imagination. If you think it, you believe it. If you feel it, you don't quite understand it. In the area of the mind, challenges get you going, and there you are hard to defeat. Your mind just never stops working.
If you are Virgo with a moon in Cancer, there's more to you than meets the eye. You appear aloof, but respond quickly to a show of friendship. You seem to be practical and conservative, but time reveals a quivering sensitivity. Your attitude impresses as conventional, but you can have things going that could raise eyebrows. These contradictions do not result from dishonesty, but from protection against a world you're not sure of.
I could not love thee, dear, so well, loved I not honor more. This quote sums up the Virgin with her moon in Leo. Your character, sense of duty, and your need to be honorable mean more to you than anything else in the world. Your difficulty comes from not understanding that you are pretty much alone in this competitive world. You can live and die by your standards, while others, less able, succeed, much to your amazement and resentment.
The Sun and Moon in Virgo produces an intellectual aristocrat. Your thinking proceeds on classic lines, and your approach to living is impeccable. Taste is your word and your creed, and anything that violates good taste scrapes across your senses like a fingernail across a blackboard. You uphold the status quo, and violent changes in personal and world affairs is a condition and a fact of life you cannot buy.
The moon in Libra inspires refinement, which heightens the fastidiousness of the virgin nature. Only truly worthwhile pursuits can claim your time and your energy. You're discriminating, but are not a put-down person. If you cannot associate with people you respect, you prefer your own company and the stimulation of a good book. Any port in a storm is a philosophy you couldn't possibly abide.
If you are a Virgo with your moon in Scorpio, your life is lived in extremely personal terms, and all roads lead to you. Passion dominates thought, and a fiercely subjective attitude touches everything you do. Your convictions are primarily emotional, and as a result, they're not easily changed. When an idea you believe in is threatened, you feel your entire existence is in jeopardy. This could make you a rebel without a cause.
The critical faculty of the Virgin is challenged by the optimism of the Archer when the Virgo moon is in Sagittarius. Your mind may tell you no, but what you feel is yes. In order to escape this paradox, you substitute dreams for reality. In fact, even give up on reality, which isn't necessary. For you have a practical and analytical potential, which, when focused, can achieve first-rate results.
When the Virgo moon is in Capricorn, the exactness of the Virgin and the cautious ambition of the Goat combine to create a study in practicality. You are quietly straightforward and achieve by using precise knowledge and subtle reasoning. Financial gains usually follow your efforts, and business advancement seems to be the natural result. Your ascent, though extremely careful at times, does lead to a personality and a style of living which is well integrated.
The Aquarian's love of relating to life in the abstract is increased when Virgo's moon is in Aquarius. You not only feel a cause, but being Virgo can examine it rationally and find ingenious, original ways of presenting it. Individuals you can take or leave alone as a rule, but people, as a mass mirror of suffering humanity, get the most you have to give, which is usually a great deal.
The hair-splitting eye of the Virgin is given the third eye vision of the hypersensitive fish when the moon is in Pisces. There is the perfect equation of the factual and the intuitive, a capacity for seeing beyond the obvious and reaching the spiritual essence of a problem or a human being. The most rewarding life you can live is one of sympathy and charity, with an open ear and open heart for anyone at any time. Five is the number of means, and Virgo can always find the means with which to accomplish the end. 5 is the number of process, and Virgo has the elements which make process a reality. 5 is the symbol of mechanical expression, and the Virgin mind grasps the mechanics of anything and helps it to work. 5 is the number of severity, and Virgo is not easy on others or himself. 5 indicates strength, and Virgo's self-discipline, diligence, and moral sense makes him very strong. 5 working days, and each one receives maximum effort, for the Virgo native feels safe only when occupied. Five are the fingers of a hand, and Virgo's hand is a study of 5 capable fingers.
Because sapphires are the stone of formality and elegance, because they are a dark and lonely testament to perfection, they are Virgo's gem. A sapphire is both valuable and subtle. It has the quiet significance and depth of the true Virgin native. There are many ways to set a sapphire, and it will not lose its worth. Likewise, wherever you place a Virgo, he retains his value and his sense of values. But sapphires are simply corundum, and corundum is merely Al2O2. Its specific gravity is 3.95 to 4.10. And Virgo has this to remind him, that you can know all this and still not really ever see or know a sapphire.
Color Virgo, blue. As blue as the shirts of workers are blue. As blue as the sky, which Virgo's eye must measure before men can fly. As blue as the ocean, which Virgo's mind must sound before men can sail or explore. For the virgin's cool thought points the way. You, Virgo, must keep in mind that blue is also the color of a sad loneliness, which usually comes when love is lost. It's a heavy blue when love isn't there.
So, Virgo, give your full 5-day effort. Seek the lonely perfection of the sapphire. Measure your blue space and oceans. You can square all the edges in the world, but people will fall off a square world.
In love, Virgo? Oh, you still have to figure it out. Well, one doesn't jump into the thing. I mean, love's complicated enough without getting all emotionally caught up in it. It's reason that makes the world go round. There's little enough time to do your work and no time at all for false starts and meaningless affairs. But maybe this time it adds up.
In love with a Virgo man, my girl? Well, button up your overcoat, here comes winter. And it will be a long, cold winter. He doesn't melt easily. But when spring finally comes, it'll be kind of nice. Not exactly warm, but at least you won't freeze. And what a sense of accomplishment. Also, what an education. He's a bright one. You'll have discovered you're more than a body and a face, you're also a brain. Then when summer happens, you'll be glad you sweated out the cold. Because when he finally declares himself, summer could last a long time.
In love with a Virgo girl, my man? Well, I hope you have the truth habit. The only thing that works with her is straight talk. If you're in love with love, or you're a finger snapper who makes the scene and never gives it a second thought, you'd better pass. She wants more than a fast story, a kiss, and a promise. Besides, she probably had you figured in 10 minutes, and you'll get the total rundown of what's wrong with you. No details spared. Virgos are big on details. Like, how much do you weigh? How much do you earn? How much do you owe? What books do you read? If you pass the test, you must have a lot going for you. The lady is a perfectionist. Even after you get a yes, it may take a long stretch before you really reach her. Don't forget, she likes a man who takes his time.
Out of love, Virgo? It doesn't figure. Or write it off. Work around the clock. Who needs it? Next time, try a Capricorn or a Taurus. Or just get it through your head that numbers can lie. And so can people.
Virgo begins with a clear look at the world, immediately identifying each object and putting it in its place. Everything belongs somewhere, and the Virgo youngster is frustrated when it isn't there. The parent of this child never has to worry that he won't find something to do. He's always seeking to be occupied. He's the one who'll wonder why there is a Santa Claus on every corner, and who will figure out your card tricks because he just can't believe in magic. Also, you can trust him with chores and responsibilities far beyond his years. The young Virgo may never seem as if he's in a hurry, but he'll get the job done efficiently. Never forget that in spite of his apparent seriousness, this is still a child with all the needs and fears of children.
In his second season, Virgo, with his penetrating eye, has a firm conviction that if you can read the small print, you'll be able to make everything fall into place. The rude awakening occurs when the Virgin discovers that details are only one part of any enterprise. There are things like imagination, intuitiveness, and inspiration that have nothing to do with what the numbers say. He begins to see that there are intangibles not measurable by any ruler yet devised. He learns that the facts ain't necessarily so.
In his third season, the virgin native who has learned his lessons finds his niche in the scheme of things. He assumes his position as unsung hero, utilizing his exceptional capacity for taking things apart with painstaking effort, and serving as the man who makes the plan work. He fears his emotions less, and in so doing, brings a warmer element to his whole life, and succeeds in letting more of the world in. When this happens, he achieves his maximum potential.
In his fourth season, Virgo, still meticulous and a stickler for details, will probably still be found at his desk, keeping a sharp eye on all the activity and tempering the sightless intemperance of his juniors with facts and figures. He'll probably still be the first one there and the last to leave. His life will be a book that is closed to most, and he will have some warm secrets all his own. For Virgo, men and women alike, to become is to make the full effort, and they will have the satisfaction of having done their best in whatever they attempted, and having truly made things work.
I believe that cosmic religious sense is one of the strongest and noblest motives behind scientific research. Albert Einstein. I hold it for certain that the celestial bodies have in them certain other influences besides heat and light. I have practiced astrology, and you have not. If I do not condemn it, how can you presume to do so? Sir Francis Bacon. It is the stars above us, governs our conditions. William Shakespeare. Ye stars, which are the poetry of heaven, in your bright leaves we would read the fate of men and empires. Lord Byron. Astrology is astronomy brought down to earth and applied to the affairs of man. Ralph Waldo Emerson.
We of the fixed stars have rejected the message of the wanderers of the sky. Do they not tell us of things to come as well as of things long past, buried in the racial memory of man? Henry Miller. It is the very error of the moon. She comes more near to earth than she was wont, and makes men mad. From Othello by William Shakespeare. We are born at a given moment, in a given place. And like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything more. Carl Jung.
I know you, Libra, because of your desire to measure, weigh, and balance the scales. Because you know there is no beauty, love, or life without harmony and symmetry. I know you by your effort to find unity in chaos, and chaos in unity. To find reason in madness, and madness in reason. For Libra is always seeking to find the honest view and the true center.
I have seen you, Libra, deep in concentration, handling your thoughts carefully, reaching far down for the real meaning. I have seen you wherever there is music, art, and life's poetry, for beauty is one of your reasons to be.
I have heard you, Libra, asking for justice in an unjust world, keeping your words cool and your hopes warm, keeping your voice low and your demands high, because you know that if things do not balance out, they may cancel out.
Libra, your word is just, from the Latin word justis, meaning righteous.
If you think a boss is a tower of strength, who is best left alone or avoided, if the thought of being consulted in major decisions makes you break out in a cold sweat, don't work for a Libra. He is careful, he is gregarious, and he is not embarrassed to yell for help. In a manner of speaking, anyone who is a part of his life or work is a partner. Things just have to balance. There's no such thing as one on a seesaw. Anyone who works for Libra is included. And though he may not take your advice, you'll always know you're on the team. Another thing you can bet on is you'll always get a chance to tell your side of the story. Librans are serious about justice, and the punishment will always fit the crime.
If there is an opening in your firm, and you're looking for the typical worker bee, the kind who's content to sweat 8 hours, ask no questions, take his pay and go home. If you want someone who doesn't care if he's in the penthouse or the boiler room, don't hire a Libra. He is bright, he is sensitive, he is ambitious, and he is also unpredictable. The Libran has theories on everything, and you'll hear them all. Nevertheless, his powers of concentration are legendary. And when the scales tip toward the work side, his output is tremendous.
He's the one you'll want to groom for a big chair. His decisions may come slowly, but they will be good ones. Also, he's a great referee when there's trouble with the troops. What makes Libra weigh and balance? Venus is the planet of harmony. She works upon the Libran native, creating within him a fine sensitivity and a desire to know where everything sets in the scheme of things. She is cool and pliable, causing the Libran to maintain objectivity and to shift his view until he truly sees not what he wants to see, but what is there.
What makes Libra love? Venus rules the skin and the reproductive process. Through the skin, the sensations pass, and feeling is known. Venus rules that part of the brain which deals with social desire, touching, closeness, the act of loving, and loving itself.
What makes Libra just? Venus is a feminine receptive planet. She speaks to Libra in terms of social love. The scale should not tip to favor one side, but should be constantly righted to give everyone their full measure. To Libra, whatever is right, and you cannot compromise once you know what is right.
What makes Libra? Love. For Venus is love, and Venus rules Libra. With the sun in Libra and the moon in Aries, you are truly your own person. The root of the native is the Libran need for harmony and affection. The outer garment is the ram's firecracker personality and aggressiveness. Still, your essential need is to go your own way and do your own thing, no matter how far out. And anyone who tries to change you will lose you, for yours is a subtle but definite independence.
The Libran with a Taurus moon signifies that there is more than one touch of Venus. This means you are a loving kind with an irresistible personality. Your attainments come via positive partnerships, good relationships, and heavy staying power. The deep Venusian love nature inclines towards the voluptuous and the sensational. Nevertheless, eventual satisfaction is more deeply realized through the choice of the right partner.
It's not what you say, it's the way you express it. This truth is reaffirmed when Libra's moon is in Gemini. Words are your best friend. The Libran instinct for the artistic is given a voice by the twins' natural gift for communication. There is usually much to say because your interests are far-reaching and your mind incredibly able to fathom on contact and to retain what it receives.
Water and air can both assume the shape of their container. Libra with the moon in Cancer provides this Libran with an ability to adapt. This chameleon quality is the major factor in your often dramatic rise. In fact, it is in change that you often discover yourself. But you must resist the idea of change for the sake of change and keep purpose very much in focus. This is a well-augured sign for success in most anything.
When the Libran moon is in Leo, the combination results in an idealistic romantic nature. Once an ideal stimulates your imagination, nothing will shake it loose. The most intense thing about you, however, is your love nature. Your belief in love and your capacity for it is equaled only by your passion for living in accordance with the ideals you so deeply cherish. There is much poetry and music within you, and it will always be a large part of your life.
When the sun is in Libra and the moon is Virgin, self-sufficiency is the keynote. There's a wide streak of practicality and a highly developed critical faculty. You are definitely not the ulcer type. Things do not seethe within you. If something is weighing heavily, you're quick to get it off your chest. This makes you compatible with the world of business and its attendant pressures. In fact, your intuition in these areas is extremely acute. Your major difficulty is that you're not particularly self-motivated. But once an opportunity presents itself, you handle it quickly and intelligently.
A breeze can bruise you, a frown can freeze you. Libra with a Libran moon is a vulnerable combination, a person who belongs to a time that has not yet arrived, a time of pure refinement and spiritual evolvement, when the hard elements of survival are replaced by the reality of the soul. But until then, your kindness, sensitiveness, and a desire for total harmony leaves you wide open to the bare-knuckle world we presently know. If you cannot learn how to duck, you better find someone to do your fighting for you.
The Libran love nature is intensified to a penetrating passion when your moon is in Scorpio. The native's power of concentration is turned upon large concepts, also arts and letters. There is strength and toughness, and a great compulsion to beat the odds, champion the underdog, and at the same time, to make your presence known, 'cause nobody is going to talk you down.
The Libran scales can do a lot of tipping one side to the other before they balance. This is especially true when your moon is in Sagittarius, because you could throw a cocktail party in a library, or take a Will Durant book of philosophy to an orgy. The excitable adventurer and the contemplative idealist go round, and where they stop is going to be your big decision, the most important one you will have to make. In the meantime, while making up your mind, life is pretty much of a party, and that counts for something.
You always have a good idea of what you're after when the Libran moon is in Capricorn. You know how to keep the lid on your emotions when necessary in order to get where you're going. The Libran sense of balance aids the goat's ambitious climb, and recognition is never far away. If in your ascent you can rise above your personal negatives, then it truly will have been a worthwhile journey.
The sun in Libra and the moon in Aquarius is a blend of beauty and truth. The Libran need for harmony and the Aquarian's need to transcend what is makes a powerful potion of fancy and romance. You were meant to make life into art and to dazzle the eyes of men with their own image. For nothing in life is unimportant to you, and you will feel it and make it all known and beautiful and applauded.
The Libran with the moon in Pisces is elusive, not easy to define or to know. You have layers of sensitivity, and your force resides in the quiet places within you. People come to you for kindness and are never disappointed. Let no one be a stranger. That is your creed. Even though in reality you are an eternal stranger to everyone. You've made the journey to yourself, which so few ever dare to try. Six is the number of balance, and balance is what Libra is always seeking. 6 is the symbol of the harmony of opposites, and the Libran maintains a just eye for both sides of a question. 6 is the indicator of beauty, and the senses of Libra embrace beauty wherever it lives. 6 is the number of symmetry. Libra is always trying to arrange the mutual relationship of each part. 6 is the intelligence of the mediating influence. It is this quality in Libra that makes him just. 6 is love's number, and Libra is the love sign of the Zodiac. Six is the indicator of all things working together. This is the Libran dream.
Because opals are a harmony of colors, refracting and reflecting light, they are Libra's stone. An opal moving within itself is constantly arranging and rearranging, attempting to achieve the perfect design, which is what every Libran aspires to accomplish. An opal is a study in moods, and a Libran is a two-sided scale, rising and falling and unpredictable. Opals contain infinite possibilities, but only one can be reflected at a time. The Virgin has this to remind him that there is a moment of decision, there is a moment of truth when you must stand up and be counted.
Color Libra, green. As green as young new things are green while growing. As green as cool mint leaves in a sweltering summer pacifying the hot day. For Libra is the cool head and cool hand which modifies and moderates. You, Libra, seeking balance and moderation in all things, must remember that madness and unreason have often moved the world forward, and pure passion has created most of the beauty in the music you love.
So, Libra, follow the number 6 to harmony. Look for the perfect design in the opal. Keep your head and your hand cool. Moderation is a necessity, but so is caring deeply. And when you care, you commit yourself.
In love, Libra? You were yesterday. Well, it's all a question of how you look at it. First, what is love? One can answer that like this. Or you could say, love is... but if we consider it from this possibility, then we have to admit it's a word. Unless, of course, you... But then again...
In love with a Libra man, my girl? You know you are because he says so. You're about to discover that you're not perfect, but you'd better work on it. The truth is, he can tell you a lot about yourself, and if you listen, you're not likely to go wrong. What you have to know is that even though he seems undecided, he is very serious when it comes to love. After all, Venus is his planet. You'll have to understand also that commitment in anything is difficult for him. But once he does commit himself, it's for the duration.
In love with a Libra girl, my man? I hope you have patience, principle, passion, and a desire for a partner. You'll need patience while waiting for her to balance and weigh the situation and give you a yes or no. You'll need principle because she's a strong believer in them. You'll require passion if she says yes, because she is a daughter of the love goddess Venus. As for partnership, it's the only kind of relationship she will accept. And she is one woman who can help you run the business without sacrificing the qualities which make her a woman.
Out of love, Libra? Oh, you're still deciding. maybe next time you'll make up your mind. Aquarius or Gemini ought to balance out. Try to understand, no one wants to be kept guessing forever.
Libra begins with a need to make sense of things, to find how each part contributes to the whole. This is the child born with an unprejudiced view, who has to see both sides of the coin before he can know what it is. He will judge slowly, and decisions will always be a question of time. He will rarely, if ever, make a snap judgment. He weighs everything. The young Libran will indicate from the beginning that his is a highly sensitive nature. Colors, sounds, and scents will make a deep and lasting impression. He will resist anything that offends him or disturbs his balance or his sensibilities. He will always question and debate, for it is through this process that he grows. In order to be just, one must have knowledge. The young Libran intuitively understands this fact.
In his second season, the Libran begins to make his move. First in one direction, then the other. He is many-sided and seeks a variety of expression. Whatever he attacks, he handles with much attention to detail and a strong desire to attain perfection. His problem is the excruciating pain he undergoes when a decision is needed. Here is someone who can fiddle while the city burns. In the highly pressurized cooker of the modern world, the man who takes too much time to respond to or to give an order can be a liability. You can't just stand there. You have to do something.
In the third season, the Libran native who is developed is prepared to assume a position and make a stand. In all probability, he will be a partner in whatever enterprise he has decided on, and he'll be an ideal one. His sense of cooperation is extreme. Honesty in money matters is unusually high, and as a social asset to the business, he will register strongly. Employees and associates will respect his attitude of fair play and his ability to deal with dissension. Libra will run a smooth ship, even though it may list from time to time.
In his last season, the Libra native, a person of culture and learning, will still be regarding the world with a questioning eye and a desire to make order and symmetry out of the incredible scramble known as life. His surroundings will reflect taste, discrimination, and love of all the beautiful things. The Libra eye will ever roam in the direction of the opposite gender, but there will be always that one, that soulmate, partner, and love person with whom the Libran has shared his life. For the Libra, to become is to weigh on the scales of honesty, and they know the satisfaction of living their life so that no one is denied the benefit of the doubt.
I believe that cosmic religious sense is one of the strongest and noblest motives behind scientific research. Albert Einstein. I hold it for certain that the celestial bodies have in them certain other influences besides heat and light. I have practiced astrology, and you have not. If I do not condemn it, how can you presume to do so? Sir Francis Bacon. It is the stars above us, governs our conditions. William Shakespeare. Ye stars, which are the poetry of heaven, in your bright leaves we would read the fate of men and empires. Lord Byron. Astrology is astronomy brought down to earth and applied to the affairs of man. Ralph Waldo Emerson. We of the fixed stars have rejected the message of the wanderers of the sky. Do they not tell us of things to come as well as of things long past, buried in the racial memory of man? Henry Miller. It is the very error of the moon. She comes more near to earth than she was wont, and makes men mad. From Othello by William Shakespeare. We are born at a given moment, in a given place. And like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything more. Carl Jung. I know you, Scorpio, by the sure power you exert on everything and everyone about you, by the strength that makes things move apparently without effort. I know you by the vital life force that boils unseen within you and makes itself felt in silent ways. For Scorpio is the quiet warrior who prefers the act to the word, and who burns and is consumed by the will to win.
I have seen you, Scorpio, drawing others to you like a powerful magnet, using your strength to make them stronger. I have seen you mastering your mind, body, emotions, and at last, in triumph, mastering your fate, and often the fate of others.
I have heard you, Scorpio, choosing your words carefully and shooting them like bullets until they destroy the counterfeit and the pretentious. I have heard your silence, covering the deep, dark places where secrets are hidden, and the purple scorpion fire burns.
Scorpio, your word is desire, from the Latin desidero, meaning to long for.
If you think when you look at an employer, there but for the grace of God go I, and the only difference is he was lucky. If you're a soloist who couldn't stand being just one of the team, should your idea be to prove yourself by challenging the boss? Don't work for a Scorpio. He knows why he's boss. He has drive, force, builds a strong organization, and if challenged, will simply take you apart and feed the pieces to the unemployment agency. All he asks of you is everything, which is exactly what he is prepared to give. He wants to make it, and nothing would please him more than to see you make it too. Give him loyalty and faith, and he'll give you strength. Obstacles were made so he could remove them. You'll never know 10% of what he's thinking, but the opposition will know even less. That's why you'll be working for a winner.
If you're the kind of employer who likes to play Big Daddy and considers employees as your family and your children, if in fact you have a sort of patronizing air when relating to your staff, should you require applause instead of cooperation and hard work, don't hire a Scorpio. This is an individualist and wants to be treated as such. He'll add an element of control to any situation because his self-control is Olympian. He won't be your buddy-buddy and you won't call him son, but he'll give you an all-out effort for every dollar you pay him. This is a silent type, and he won't waste time in light patter while on the job. He seeks power. He desires self-improvement on every level. When the situation calls for someone who won't back down no matter what the odds, you'll be glad a Scorpion is with you. Above all, he wants to be on the winning side. What makes Scorpio physical? Mars is the co-ruler of Scorpio, and Mars also rules the muscles and the sinews and the organs of sex, creating in the native a need for physical expression. Mars influences in the direction of combativeness and strife, causing the Scorpion to seek a challenge wherever he may find one. He is always engaged in a test of strength.
What makes Scorpio spiritual? Scorpio is also ruled by Pluto, and Pluto rules the spiritual body. This leads the native into the forces which are concealed, the intangibles and the mysteries. It induces spiritual activity of a dynamic as opposed to a meditative nature.
What makes Scorpio intense? Mars is masculine, positive, penetrating, and physical. Pluto is negative, magnetic, inverted, and spiritual. These two energies produce a highly charged personality, tightly controlled, concentrated, and electrifying.
What makes Scorpio? Physical and spiritual energy. For the native is ruled by Mars and Pluto. A Scorpion is on fire when your moon is in Aries. Look out, everybody. The day begins and ends with one person, and that person is you. A fight anywhere, anytime, and anyhow, with any weapons for any reason. Ideas can only be tested by action, and theories are so much paper until you can make them live. Yours is the fire and ice that devours everything and everyone it touches. Even you have to keep it under control to ensure your own survival.
The Scorpion with the moon in Taurus indicates an aggressive bigness. The voluptuous bull swells the Scorpion intensity and adds scope to ambitions. You are a quietly combative sign with an unchanging plan of battle. There is a time to dig in and a time to charge, and once it works, there is no reason why it shouldn't work again. You always make sure it does, for you hate to be wrong.
Scorpio is not the most talkative native, but the moon in Gemini loosens your tongue. It also relaxes the Scorpion intensity and steadfastness of purpose. You move through life with a free and easy style that may not earn you a great deal of dollars or power, but allows you to get a great deal more joy from whatever happens to be going on at the time.
The meeting of two water signs occurs when the Scorpion moon is in Cancer. You are impressionable and fluid. There is a waiting plastic quality, a patience motivated by an absolute belief in yourself. Your deep emotionalism is the core of your strength. When this is working, you are at the top of your form. But when the storm of extreme feelings come up, yours is the fury close to madness, and reason is a thing lost at sea.
The Scorpion moon in the lion's den makes for a kingly scorpion. This is the sign of grand passion and grand desire, a monarch who loves to rule, who makes large gestures and upholds great ideals. You are a high standard bearer who is also a dedicated romantic. Nothing can make you more frantic than not knowing where your next love is coming from.
Perfection as a fact, not a possibility, motivates the Scorpion with a virgin moon. You are supercritical and harder on yourself than you are on anyone else. Your intellect is your castle, and you have a fine view from many windows. Your hope is that men will think, and you live to inspire them to do so, using the Scorpion intensity to drive home what Virgo understands.
The Scorpion loses some sting and feels insufficient when the moon is in Libra. But you do gain a sense of people, and a desire for personal gratification is tempered by concern for others, especially in intimate associations. You have a warm touch, and once you touch someone, the feeling doesn't die easily, for there is something of permanent beauty in nearly everything you do.
There's a whole lot of Scorpio when the moon is also in Scorpio. Domination is the key and the door and the house. This is the will indomitable. You have no choice but to focus that will on something or someone, whether it be work, love, or sex. Mastery of the subject must be complete, or it loses its fascination. You are highly charged, and your switch never seems to be in the off position.
The Scorpion with his moon in Sagittarius would make a good soldier, because he would believe that God was on his side. If he were laying bricks, he would be building a cathedral. As a parent, he wouldn't be raising a child, but creating a life. Your need is to be part of something bigger than yourself. Your idealism is so strong, it separates you from the usual, and this quality eventually works to your advantage and benefit.
Your slogan is, "Don't tell me what to do," when Scorpio's moon is in Capricorn. No one has to tell you because your way is the only way for you. Ambition, energy, and persistence equals success just as surely as A square plus B square equals C square. If you want to get something, be something, or do something, that's how it's going to be. If the popular voice is against you, you'll simply quote Bernard Shaw. If more than 10% of the people approve of something, it's no damn good.
You're a live one if you're a Scorpion with your moon in Aquarius. You are also an original one, and it is your originality of thought and ability to create that gives you your primary satisfaction. There is a deep need, however, to find acceptance on a personal level, which makes you a loyal, fixed friend and a devoted home person. Your word is often the last word, but it usually is a valuable and a true one.
The Scorpion loses some pizzazz when the moon is in Pisces. The physical aspect of life's challenge is not so important. and you're more likely to seek victories or gratification in the universe of the mind. This native is restless and anxious about himself, and he has to rise above the negatives his incredible imagination can dream up. Taking a line from the popular song, all you need is love. Seven is the number of victory, and Scorpio's primary need is to be victorious. Seven are the number of heroes chosen to regain the throne of Thebes. Scorpio's heroism is legendary. Seven is the symbol of the life power succeeding, and Scorpio's force is relentless in its attempt to assert life. Seven is the Hebrew indication of occult intelligence, and Scorpio is ever fascinated with the mysteries of life and death. Seven is the numerical sign of an oath, and Scorpio lives and dies by the value of his word. Seven is the sign of luck, and Scorpio is favored because the native helps create his own good fortune. There are seven deadly sins, and the only way to overcome them is to master the self. This is Scorpio's essential ambition.
Because bloodstone is dark crystals of green within green, because it has splashes of red exploding, it is Scorpio stone. The bloodstone has the feeling of a heavy black-green sunless forest, spotted with bursts of violence, just as Scorpio's dark passive exterior is illuminated by sudden flashes of fire. The bloodstone hides a somber beauty, just as Scorpio's profound feelings and vital soul are concealed behind a veil of control. But the depth is there. It must be sensed and felt. And Scorpio has this to remind him, that if one hides himself too well, he is either misunderstood, overlooked, underrated, or what is worse, feared, even by those who would want to have loved him.
Color Scorpio deep red. As deep red as passion is red when it is heavy in the blood. As deep red as the badge of courage when the battle begins and the weak must be led. For Scorpio is the physical fighter who must rise above fear and prevail. But you, Scorpio, must not forget the timeless cliché that as you live, you die, and usually by the thing you fear most. Live by the sword, and that is how you perish.
So, Scorpio, pry into the seven secrets of life and death. Conceal yourself in the dark green shadows of the bloodstone. Follow your deep red path to victory. There's one thing to bear in mind. It may have taken 7 days, 7 years, or 7 million millenniums to build the world. With our new power, it will take 7 seconds and 1 act of vengeance to destroy it.
In love, Scorpio? Oh, it's none of my business. But you are, of course. And you're going to set the night on fire, among other things. But love is not only a question of meeting and mating, it's a battlefield, and someone has to win. And you, Scorpio, have a pretty good idea of who it will be. Well, no matter who wins, your partner will know they've been in one hell of a pillow fight.
In love with a Scorpio man, my girl? What's your threshold of pain? You don't know? You're just about to find out. How much love can you handle? You find that out too. This is the real thing. And it isn't maybe time, it's yes or it's no, whatever the question might be. The truth is, the decision will probably be his, especially if he's really in a fever. Remember, his key word is passion, and everything he does will be very hot or very cold. This is not a neutral native. Never fool with his dignity, and if you decide to walk, do it gracefully. He's the world's worst enemy. If Scorpio is what you want, put away your autograph book, your roller skates, and your bubble gum. You're a big girl now.
In love with a Scorpio girl, my boy? Well, you've just found a female who knows about being a woman, and who also knows what makes you tick. If you have a Casanova complex and have no doubt about the effectiveness of your fatal charm and your wheat germ virility, you're about to put your hand to the flame. Don't expect her to play by the rules. Now, she makes them up as she goes along. And don't think you'll be able to figure her out, or play father confessor or resident psychiatrist. She is 6 layers of mystery. She has secrets. She has dark dreams that you will never touch. And she has passion. If she gives you the affirmative nod, your nights and days will be consumed with the heat of living. This is not halfway house. This is total, all-out involvement. If a Scorpion woman is what you want, put away your BB gun, baseball glove, hot rod. Today, friend, you're a man.
Out of love, Scorpio? None of my business. Okay. Don't open up. But next time, try a Pisces or a Cancer. And remember, not everybody reads minds. If you don't say what you feel, someone's liable to think you don't feel at all.
The Scorpion begins with a compulsive desire to test his strength, and that testing will take in every possible area and dimension of his youthful existence. He will try his physical prowess against every child in the neighborhood. He will have the need to try his mental apparatus in an infinite variety of ways. He'll even be tempted to see how much pain he can take, and is most certainly going to try the power of his will against all comers, including his parents. This is a tough-minded, courageous child who has such depth of emotional, spiritual, and intellectual energy that he is in a constant battle with himself. And here you have the key to him. It will be the motivation of his life to master himself. He won't let himself get away with anything, and he won't let others get away with anything either. He is quietly but fiercely protective of his home and those he loves, and it is no exaggeration to say that he will truly lay his life on the line in this cause.
In his second season, the Scorpion native goes forth to do battle. He fights for the sake of fighting, tests his strength in vain contests, and constantly tries to contain and control the fierce forces within him. This sidetracks him and slows him down. In fact, even when opportunity presents itself, his first instinct is to challenge it instead of embracing it. Another danger is he may decide to rule in hell rather than serve in heaven. For the dark places of the world are always calling to his passionate nature.
In his third season, the Scorpio native who has matured achieves his most important victory, the victory over his passions. With his energies contained and his ability to control all the forces within him, he is able to bring an extreme power to bear on any aspect of his life. He then begins to play a highly significant role in his chosen profession and in society in general. He'll be the emotional, intellectual, and physical muscle that tolerates no opposition to the end he has in mind. He will have extreme likes and dislikes, and if pressed, will make them known with total clarity.
In his last season, Scorpio will begin a slow withdrawal from the material world, and more will seek the spiritual possibilities. Mysteries of the past and also the future will begin to occupy his mind. The fires will still blaze and the complete confidence never weaken. He will know that many have worshipped him and many have despised him, but he will not care, for he will know that to be strong either invites love or hate. He can live with both. For Scorpio, man and woman alike, to become is to conquer the self, and they have the satisfaction of knowing they won out over the most difficult possibility in the Zodiac.
I believe that cosmic religious sense is one of the strongest and noblest motives behind scientific research. Albert Einstein. I hold it for certain that the celestial bodies have in them certain other influences besides heat and light. I have practiced astrology, and you have not. If I do not condemn it, how can you presume to do so? Sir Francis Bacon. It is the stars above us, governs our conditions. William Shakespeare. Ye stars, which are the poetry of heaven, in your bright leaves we would read the fate of men and empires. Lord Byron. Astrology is astronomy brought down to earth and applied to the affairs of man. Ralph Waldo Emerson. We of the fixed stars have rejected the message of the wanderers of the sky. Do they not tell us of things to come as well as of things long past, buried in the racial memory of man? Henry Miller. It is the very error of the moon. She comes more near to earth than she was wont, and makes men mad. From Othello by William Shakespeare. We are born at a given moment, in a given place. And like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything more. Carl Jung.
I know you, Sagittarius, by your energy, curiosity, and enthusiasm. by your straight, arrow-swift motion through space, by the pell-mell race you run against time. I know you by your need to know, and the wide-awake laughing look in your Jupiter eyes, for the archer is always aiming at a new and moving target called knowing, and usually hitting it right in the center.
I have seen you, Sagittarius, with an open heart heading for the clean open air, sharing what you think and what you have, impulsive, honestly giving of yourself, untiring in your desire to simplify and reduce life to basic, clear terms, trying to make life as open and uncluttered as the open air you need.
I have heard you, Sagittarius, smiling and saying it as you believe it to be, choosing the real words, not always sparing the feelings of others, but dignifying them by telling them the truth as you know it.
Sagittarius, your word is candid, from the Latin candidus, meaning sincere.
If you need an employer who does the thinking for you, and if you like a sane, predictable situation that rolls on like the mighty Mississippi without changing course, should you be the highly sensitive type who must be handled with tact and kid gloves, don't work for a Sagittarius. He's impulsive, restless, and as tactful as a Sherman tank. You'll have to learn to live with the way he says what's on his mind. The idea of intrigue and secrecy is alien to him. He runs his business with the same candor as he conducts his personal life, and that's an awesome recommendation. However, Sagittarius is a sensitive, generous executive. He doesn't operate in a straitjacket, and he doesn't expect that you will either. He's exciting to work for, if you can let the bluntness pass. And he doesn't mean to hurt you, it just comes out that way.
If your firm has an opening, and what you have in mind is a quiet sort of person who doesn't make waves, keeps to himself and stays out of your way, and your hair, if the last thing in the world you need is another idea man, don't hire a Sagittarius. He makes his presence felt in one way or another. He'll be curious about everything that's going on. And there are some that can do a 20-minute routine during a 5-minute coffee break. As for ideas, they'll fly like arrows at Custer's last party. They may sound like Rube Goldberg's inventions, but just one could be a major breakthrough for your organization. With encouragement and some chance to change the scenery from time to time, you can have a very good thing going when you hire a Sagittarian. What makes Sagittarius optimistic? The planet Jupiter is a harmonious planet. It rules the elements denoting hope, spirituality, and good fortune. It endows the native with a sense of well-being that is difficult to dim. This is indeed a person born under a lucky star. And somehow, he knows this intuitively, and so is ever confident of the future.
What makes Sagittarius generous? Jupiter rules the arterial system of the body, distributing the warmth and sustenance, which creates the sense of abundance within the native, creating also a constant expansion, an overflow of good feelings that makes the archer want to share what he has and what he is.
What makes Sagittarius impulsive? Jupiter is electric, masculine, and positive. It also indicates a forward motion, an irrepressible urge to assert and to become. The native must express, and with his inner sense of well-being, will do so, with less caution than more timid souls would display.
What makes Sagittarius? Faith. For Jupiter is reverential, and Jupiter rules Sagittarius. The Sun in Sagittarius and the Moon in Aries is a way out front native. You wake up every morning, all systems go. Every day is a race that you're not only going to win, but in which you will establish new records. Restless, enthusiastic, and energetic, you're always seeking new worlds to conquer. Also, there are new ideas to set in motion, and very few obstacles big enough to stop you.
You are one of the fortunates who doesn't have too much to prove to others or to himself when the Archer's moon is in the sign of the Bull. Learning for the sake of learning, and the fulfillment one gets from just knowing. Seeking love in its purest sense and finding all loves in one. You take people as you find them, making them more than they knew they could be, by just being very much yourself and staying close always to the music.
Sagittarius with a Gemini moon can mean a smooth talker who likes to cover ground. You're another one of the restless natives. You like to move and make your presence known wherever you are. You have a double-quick mind, and your tempo can knock the devil out of your nervous system. But you always recover, because you just can't sit still. You have to be out there among them, letting them know they've been missing something. You.
The Sun in Sagittarius and the Moon in Cancer is capable of dreaming the impossible dream and having it happen. Your approach is distinctly yours. Whatever you do springs from your imagination, which is as unique as your thumbprint. One quality that fire and water have in common is that uncontained they spread. This is your Achilles heel, because it feels so good to just let yourself go.
Sagittarius with the moon in Leo is the Archer King of the mountain. You ascend to the top of the mountain because you have courage, and you are crowned because you have worth. This is the combination where the positive and noble qualities of man appear to come together. You can achieve the highest aspirations, gain the whole world, and never compromise your honor or your soul.
The word and the thought are close together when the Sagittarian moon is in Virgo. You know how to present your case, in a courtroom or out of it. You have a cool head and can store knowledge for use when you need it. You're self-aware without being self-conscious. You respect principle and people, and uphold them both, no matter what the personal cost.
The Sagittarian with the Libran moon finds harmony in personal relationships and also self-fulfillment. People are a good bet for you because you're optimistic and believe in them. Much of the security and the comfort you seek is a direct result of those who love you and befriend you. However, there is perception behind that personable facade that can spot a counterfeit faster than you can say FBI.
You are nobody's keeper but your own when the Archer and the Scorpion moon get together. You start fast and alone and finish faster. You have the physical, intellectual, and emotional strength to make your life work. There is temper here, and the Scorpion tongue can jab deep and draw blood if provoked. However, you are easy with $1 and generous with your time, but always know what you are doing with both.
Don't fence me in, and it's pretty difficult to do when both the sun and the moon is in Sagittarius. All the Sagittarian qualities are raised to the nth power. Impulsiveness, restlessness, and curiosity will take this native to far places, either in mind or in geography. This is a gentle adventurer who touches the world with a warm hand and asks only that the world allows him to get a better look at it.
Strength through thought is the root of your progress if the Sagittarian moon is in Capricorn. The climbing ambition of the goat takes the form of intellect, and progress is equated with intellectual attainment. The more you know, the more you grow, and the higher you go. Yours is a well-organized ascent, for you believe everything in its place, anything, anywhere, what a disgrace.
Sagittarius rhymes with Aquarius. And when the Sagittarian moon is Aquarian, that rhyme is part of a song. It is the music of ideals for which you are able to find the words. And like any good song, there is something vaguely familiar and at the same time strikingly original about it. Your message is one of hope for everyone, and you can always find ears that appreciate your words and music, and other voices to sing them and keep your message alive.
The Sagittarian with his moon in Pisces is the archer who aims his arrow at a target deep inside himself. You're the one who does not care to shoot down the sun, moon, or stars, but simply to be content that they are where they are, and you can look at them and appreciate them when you want to. Your goal is cultivation of the spirit, and all the gold, power, and fame in the universe could not satisfy you half as much as that reality. Three is the number of looking forward, and it is Sagittarian's only view of the world. He doesn't look back. 3 is the numerical indication of expression, and the archer is always seeking ways to express. 3 are the rings of the circus, and Sagittarians are happy when there is open air, animals, bright colors, and tents that contain wonders. 3 was the number of masts on the old sailing ships, and Sagittarius is the journeyer of the Zodiac. 3 is the number most associated with religion, and the archer, though he may shed dogma, will always have a capacity for believing. This is the key to his optimism. 3 is the number of development, and the Sagittarian curiosity is rooted in his need to understand and to grow.
Because turquoise is a stone of sky blue and sea green, and because the sky is space in which to fly, and the sea is space on which to sail, and both are mirrors of freedom, they are Sagittarian's gem. Turquoise is a gently bright stone. It is neither as obvious as Leo's ruby or as hard as Aries' diamond, but it reflects more joy and more honest laughter. Nevertheless, the turquoise is neither as memorable or as permanent as the ruby or the diamond. And the archer has this to remind him, that he may travel and never look back or remember that which he left behind, but in turn, he forsakes the right to be remembered.
Color Sagittarius blue. as blue as a fresh morning after the mist is gone, as blue as a bluebell, or a bluebird, or bluegrass, or any growing thing which is blue, as blue as the sunset silhouettes of animals in pasture. For the archer is never far from nature, and if he strays too far from the natural and growing things, he loses part of himself.
So, Sagittarius, enjoy your three-ring circus. Escape in the blue-green mirror of the turquoise. See the blue shadows of sunsets in far places. The thing to ask yourself is, when the journey is over, where will you be? And who will be with you?
In love, Sagittarius? Did I say something funny? Oh, you weren't laughing at the question, just the color of my shirt. We were talking about your being in love. The truth is, you'd prefer to fall in love and not get serious. I mean, with all that action out there. And on the other hand, with this one, you just don't know. The thing you like is that it's fun and, well, you just wish you could put your finger on it. All you can say is that, so far, it looks great.
In love with the Sagittarius man, my girl? I hope you have a sense of humor. I mean, I hope you can take a joke. You'll have to listen to quite a few before the talk gets serious. Then it might be you who has to start talking. And when his answer comes, it won't sound like a valentine. It will sound like an emotional ledger sheet. If it balances yes, he'll be surprised. He has this thing about being free. But the thing is, as much as he resists total involvement, it's the most necessary ingredient for his growth. If you convince him, one thing you're sure to have, the novelty of truth. He'll never lie to you.
In love with a Sagittarius girl, my boy? You do like three-ring circuses. And you do like to move around a lot. And it doesn't really bother you if she has a remarkable number of male friends. Well, that's how the lady is. She is not for the guy with the delicate ego. Also, she doesn't have secrets. Whatever you want to know, she'll tell you. If you can't handle the facts, let the circus move on without you. Her compulsion is to be open, and hypocrisy is something she doesn't understand or engage in. There's a lot of tomboy in her heart, and she'll always, in one way or another, be one of the boys. She will never be the proverbial bird in the cage. She likes to fly. She must fly. But if she loves you, and she wouldn't be with you otherwise, she'll be back. She probably didn't go very far. It's just that she likes to know that love does not a prison make. Truth is, she probably followed a stray pussycat, or took in the flower show.
Out of love, Sagittarius? Not again. In a way, it's a relief. In another, it hurts like the devil.
Sagittarius begins with the need to know why. To him, things must make sense, and nothing will be accepted at face value. The young archer's thoughts will be his arrows, and no targets will be off limits. The native will be bright, at times precocious, and his mind in a constant ferment. His sense of humor will never fail him. His need to feel good about people and to be accepted by them endows him with a highly developed personality. This child will need outdoor living and will love animals. He grows best in the environment of honesty. Hypocrisy confuses him, and he will never understand the reason for it. His curiosity will be unlimited, and when he asks a question, he will be prepared to wait forever for the right answer.
In his second season, the Sagittarian will cut the umbilical cord clean. Usually wanderlust claims him. He may even develop some Don Quixote tendencies and run off to right the wrongs of the world. He may stumble in and out of personal and professional situations, creating animosity because of his lack of tact and diplomacy. But he blunders happily, and like the English, muddles through. His profound need will be to calm his restless mind and to control an optimism that defies the law of gravity.
In his third season, the Sagittarian who has learned by living realizes the value of purpose in action. He ceases traveling for the sake of traveling. He seeks relationships that have a better chance of succeeding. It is then the archer selects a target worthy of his skills. And when he lets the arrow fly, it will hit its mark. With his excellent mental equipment, his honesty, candor, irrepressible personality, and unwavering optimism, he runs up a high score.
In his fourth season, the Sagittarian begins his final journey home. Time will not have lessened his optimism or his curiosity or dampened his enthusiasm. He'll have made 1,000 friends who will have accepted him on his terms, no punches pulled. There will be animals and a place to grow things and a pair of eyes still bright and looking ahead. For Sagittarian men and women alike, to become is to see beyond what is, simply by asking, why?
I believe that cosmic religious sense is one of the strongest and noblest motives behind scientific research. Albert Einstein. I hold it for certain that the celestial bodies have in them certain other influences besides heat and light. I have practiced astrology, and you have not. If I do not condemn it, how can you presume to do so? Sir Francis Bacon. It is the stars above us, governs our conditions. William Shakespeare. Ye stars, which are the poetry of heaven, in your bright leaves we would read the fate of men and empires. Lord Byron. Astrology is astronomy brought down to earth and applied to the affairs of man. Ralph Waldo Emerson. We of the fixed stars have rejected the message of the wanderers of the sky. Do they not tell us of things to come as well as of things long past, buried in the racial memory of man? Henry Miller. It is the very error of the moon. She comes more near to earth than she was wont, and makes men mad. From Othello by William Shakespeare. We are born at a given moment, in a given place. And like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything more. Carl Jung.
I know you, Capricorn, by all the lessons you've learned from the past and all the values that stand the test of time. I know you by man's need for guidelines and sure things, and the knowledge that good answers don't come easily. For Capricorn is tradition's child, and the goat makes progress by using the stones of history, and is grateful for them.
I have seen you, Capricorn, climbing, always climbing, one careful foot at a time, never losing sight of your goal, not looking for new trails, but knowing so well how to use the old and proven ones.
I have heard you, Capricorn, paying compliments to the rich and the famous, stating everybody's case but your own, keeping your hopes a secret, and under the cover of humility, advancing your own cause. Until one day, to everyone's amazement, you stand at the top of the mountain.
Capricorn, your word is ambitious, from the Latin ambitio, which means striving.
If you are honestly anti-establishment, if the status quo is a thought that gives you a rash, if you think working for a 100% traditionalist would be the final compromise, don't work for a Capricorn. He is conventional. He believes in yesterday and doesn't buy the idea that rules were made to be broken. You will have to be a book soldier who lives by the manual. Keep a spit polish on your shoes. Be dressed for parade at all times. He is as formal as West Point. But he will never let a faithful employee down. And he doesn't promote on personality or favoritism, but strictly on merit. If you are serious about work, he's the man to work for.
There's an opening in your firm, and what you need is a live wire idea man who can double in the hard sell and who likes to get out there and beat the bushes. Don't hire a Capricorn. His big idea is how to make old ideas work better. He's not the one to open up new territories. He covers home base best of all. Besides, he'd rather climb than fly. He prefers power to action. And to be the power behind the throne suits his purpose best. Capricorn will gladly take the cash and let the credit go. Also, he's in no great hurry. The goat climbs slowly and carefully, memorizing each stone on the way up, just in case. What makes Capricorn ambitious? Saturn rules the elements of security, so Capricorn acquires in order to feel safe and protected. His peace of mind is in direct proportion to his possessions and his power.
What makes Capricorn practical? Saturn rules the bones and cartilage of human anatomy, the solid inner foundation, the hardest, most substantial part of the body.
What makes Capricorn conservative? Saturn is magnetic, masculine and negative, giving the native the resistance to change, causing him to advance his cause by using whatever is proved or accepted.
What makes Capricorn? Acquisitiveness. Saturn rules Capricorn, and Saturn is collective. The steadfastness and cautious striving of the goat is fused with the ram's fever when Capricorn's moon is in Aries. This results in a tireless pursuer of an objective. Your mind never quits, and your will never wanes. The desire to lead is an obsession. The inner spring is wound tight. The wires are always stretched and bare. Yours is a calculated world, but you always find time to listen to the music. You would freeze without it.
Capricorn's moon in Taurus is the case of the goat and the bull coming up with a horseshoe. This combination appears to be a lucky one, and when good luck produces success, you are impatient to share the fruits with others. However, with or without exceptional good fortune, you have the earth sense to acquire what you need and to handle what you acquire with capability and graciousness, which of course keeps the luck door open for you.
Capricorn's moon in Gemini makes for a goat that's as quick-footed as it is sure-footed. The Capricornian compulsion to climb in as straight a line as possible is replaced by the twin's desire to try several possibilities at once. This goat can turn up on any hill at any time, and when he does, he'll have a good story to tell, and he'll tell it well and convincingly.
No matter what your outside achievements or disillusionments might be, when the goat has his moon in Cancer, in your home what you produce is something very close to art. You will allow nothing into this sacred place that will taint it or compromise the beauty that you create there. Sensitivity and ambition go hand in hand, and it is what you feel that makes you what you are and what you will become.
The Capricorn with the moon in Leo is a proud goat. You were born to walk where the air is rarefied and are at home in high places. You will never be overlooked. There is a distinctive regal quality in everything you do. Your weakness is a heavy love nature, and you can be too susceptible to temptations of the flesh and the call of the wild. Nevertheless, these are only detours, and you usually have the strength of character to get yourself straight and going again.
The Virgin moon for the Capricorn native modifies the ambitions of the goat and accentuates the Virgin's sense of order and method. This creates the person most likely to succeed in the sensitive positions, those who receive the decisions of the hierarchy and execute them with expertise and dispatch. You have the talent to analyze decisions and improve them, which makes you a necessity for any team.
There is a practical bent in Capricorn that is coupled with a capacity for thinking things through when the moon is in Libra. Your thoughts are likely to be more inspired and sharpened by intuitiveness. This is another native who seeks satisfaction in personal alliances and who thrives on acknowledgments by individuals and the public as well. You are the most human of beings, and your desire to have worth is one of your strongest values. You have to win gracefully, or you will not believe you won at all.
A Capricorn with a Scorpion moon results in a goat who is definitely concerned with number one. You are the common denominator of your own existence and must have things your way. You are undoubtedly a leader, and you lead with a strong belief in your infallibility. Like most true leaders, you are able to stand alone if necessary, needing your own purpose to keep you company.
If you're a Capricorn with your moon in Sagittarius, you have an intense need for spiritual fulfillment and a restless enthusiasm to take you in search of it. You tend to be a person of extremes, but the goat in you helps you find definition and steadiness. There is a desire to travel and acquire both mental stimulation and material advantages. You would make a perfect roving executive. You have the temperament to relocate without looking back and the ability to ingratiate and communicate.
The goat with the Capricorn moon is a candidate for the best solitaire player in the world. You have the true ingredients of the loner. You're pensive, self-sufficient, self-contained, and often self-centered. One narrow road leads up to the top. You can put your blinders on and forget there's anything or anyone else until you make it up there. Your motto is, "It's a good life if you don't weaken." And you're not about to do that.
The success drive of the Capricornian does not lose out to the idealism of the Aquarian when the goat's moon belongs to the water bearer. This native, to the contrary, is endowed with a broader sense of organization, planning, and direction. There is a distinct feeling for the world of business. You are a persistent, thorough worker who doesn't get there easily, but who gets there more often than not.
The goat with a Pisces moon is the quiet, healing hand of this sign. Life is not a championship fight or a battlefield to this native. It is instead a thing to be felt and handled gently, with care and compassion. Capricorn's ambition is depersonalized and translated into hope for others. You're blessed with the knowledge that the world doesn't begin with me, but with us. It doesn't begin with one, but with all.
Eight is the number of security, and Capricorn is in constant pursuit of that aim. Eight is the sign of peace, and the goat doesn't achieve by combat, but by subtlety. Eight is the numerical indication of wealth, an important part of Capricorn's plan. 8 is the number of hours in the workday, and Capricorn is always working. 8 is the sign of rhythm, and the goat is close to the drum. He leaves the melody for others to play. 8, 8. 8 is the numeration of the name Jesus, and Christ was a Capricorn. 8 are the notes of the octave, and Capricorn plays them one at a time, slowly going up the scale.
Because white onyx is a stone which reflects all rays to the eye, because it utilizes the full color spectrum, it is Capricorn stone. White is neutral, onyx is smooth, creating a stone of quiet reserve, just as the goat is the picture of restraint and composure. The white onyx, formal, does not sparkle or dance in the light, or have a depth which invites the eye to enter. It reflects light, using all colors to serve its own idea, which could be sad, because so much beauty is lost. And is one idea worth that much?
Color Capricorn green. As green as money is green, or the vine that clings and climbs slowly and silently, moving to high lonely places, is green. For the goat is ever saving and climbing. You, Capricorn, held by the cold hand of Saturn, must remember that to rise is not to grow. To have is not to be. And the vine which covers the windows and shuts the light out is torn down.
So, Capricorn, follow your number 8 to security. Use the whole spectrum to become. Cling, climb, and accumulate. Just know you can't use without being used. And high, lonely places are very cold at night.
In love, Capricorn? What do you mean it all depends? Oh, yes, everything must fit into the master plan, huh? But this one, you must admit, deserves special consideration. However, there is the practical side, and how can one talk about love when they haven't as yet really taken care of business? Yet, this person is making you take another look at the situation. And you may have to broaden your plans.
In love with a Capricorn man, my girl? It won't be easy. He's pretty difficult to reach. You sense that there are warm rivers flowing deep, but what you see is someone who doesn't appear to be that excited over the fact that you're excited. He seems to take forever to get anything started. But if you're looking for a long-distance runner who may not buy roses, but who will buy a good piece of tomorrow, one who won't bowl you over with the displays of affection, but who will guarantee your welfare and display more honest passion than his more obvious sign brothers, then Capricorn is your man. At times, he may not appear to be moving, but he is, and he finishes strong.
In love with a Capricorn girl, my boy? I take it you're a solid citizen, or intend to be one. If not solid, at least solvent. The lady has set her sights on the finer things in life. She intends to climb socially, materially, and steadily. She'll do it with you or without you. If you're who she decides on, be sure of one thing. She's going to help you get there. This is no helpless butterfly or satin pillow pussycat. This is an earth woman with her eyes on the stars. No matter how far you go, she'll never be out of her depth. She has an intuition about what's expected, and the cool to deliver it as if she'd been doing it all her life. She has passion and warmth, ingredients you may not discover in a hurry, but they're there. Satisfy her practical needs, and she'll more than satisfy your emotional ones.
Out of love, Capricorn? You say it can wait. Well, the thing is, you went and changed all your plans. Well, next time, try a Taurus, Virgo, or a Libra. And try to remember that arriving is great, but getting there should be half the fun.
Capricorn begins with the need for a direction and is quietly anxious to get started. However, the native has the control to lay plans carefully, even at a young age. He will not be demonstrative or overtly affectionate, but he will take great satisfaction from being close to home. There is a heavy, serious quality which is felt at a very young age, for the young goat is already formulating the outline of his life, knowing he will climb, trying to determine which mountain it will be and what he will require, plus the best way to get where he wants to go. The tendency is to mature quickly and to suffer in silence. The native is orderly, organized, and invests rather than passes time. It sometimes seems, in truth, that youth is wasted on this youngster, because he identifies more with the adult world than with the young one. He will do things thoroughly, and it's wise to let him proceed on his own tempo.
In the second season, Capricorn begins the ascent, carefully concealing his intentions, translating everything into terms of personal ambition, plotting, planning and plodding, skillfully utilizing anything and anyone, suspicious of innovation, and focusing only on the proven. But because he only sees things and people in personal terms, he never really sees them. And this space leaves him vulnerable to those who are watchful and imaginative. He also fails to understand that old steps and stones may have been used once too often and will give way under his weight.
In his third season, the goat who has learned his lessons well realizes that too much ambition can be as ineffective as none at all. With a greater respect for innovation and a modified conservatism, he assumes his position behind the scenes, a gray eminence who moves the pieces and gains power, using it wisely and responsibly. He'll follow every move, and the situation will never get out of hand. Capricorn will always be on top of what's happening. It's the goat's natural position.
In his last season, the goat, who has been too busy climbing to enjoy the scenery, decides to see what he's been missing. The long postponed pleasures are brought into focus, and the blinders of ambition are lowered. It is then the native relaxes sufficiently to taste the fruits of his labor and to appreciate those he loves. For Capricorn, men and women alike, to become is to rise, and they know the fulfillment of starting out to improve themselves and their lives and succeeding.
I believe that cosmic religious sense is one of the strongest and noblest motives behind scientific research. Albert Einstein. I hold it for certain that the celestial bodies have in them certain other influences besides heat and light. I have practiced astrology, and you have not. If I do not condemn it, how can you presume to do so? Sir Francis Bacon. It is the stars above us, governs our conditions. William Shakespeare. Ye stars, which are the poetry of heaven, in your bright leaves we would read the fate of men and empires. Lord Byron. Astrology is astronomy brought down to earth and applied to the affairs of man. Ralph Waldo Emerson. We of the fixed stars have rejected the message of the wanderers of the sky. Do they not tell us of things to come as well as of things long past, buried in the racial memory of man? Henry Miller. It is the very error of the moon. She comes more near to earth than she was wont, and makes men mad. From Othello by William Shakespeare. We are born at a given moment, in a given place. And like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything more. Carl Jung.
I know you, Aquarius, by the truths that move the world forward, by the way the day is always new in your eyes. I know you by your willingness to embrace all the possibilities as yet untried, by the way your mind is open and free, because you're not afraid to dream your tomorrow dreams. For Aquarius is the product of today and the producer of tomorrow, and is convinced the best is yet to come, if we are not afraid to let it happen.
I have seen you, Aquarius, looking for causes, meditating, testing ideas, trying to change things, living your life your way, asking everyone to do the same, never judging, knowing the ideal is achieved only when every person can be what they are.
I have heard you, Aquarius, easing pain with sympathy, asking for the truth and telling the truth any way you can, pleading the cause of the forgotten and the denied, believing in the new thought, the new language, and always believing in tomorrow and the rainbow.
Aquarius, your word is liberal, from the Latin liberalis, meaning freedom.
If your picture of a boss is a gray-haired patriarch who is the very essence of the old school and gives one the sense of institutional thinking, and who has the soothing attitude of an airline pilot, don't work for an Aquarius. He is nobody's patriarch, has a built-in suspicion of institutions, and couldn't con you into feeling secure if his life or yours depended on it. But nevertheless, he'll bring another dimension to leadership. There will be no uniform of the day and very few formalities, but he'll expect and get a day's work. If change doesn't throw you, and a boss who wears shoulder-length hair and subscribes to underground newspapers doesn't make you feel insecure, this is a working experience no one should miss. You will learn to deal with the unexpected, and to catch the quick pass when he had called an end run. If you can do it, You'll always be ready for anything.
You have a desk open in your firm. What you'd like is a crew-cut, collar and tie young man who will fit in well with the athletic club set and do some public relations good at the Young Republicans League. A very all-American kind of fellow who thinks straight and shoots straight, like John Wayne. Don't hire an Aquarian. You wouldn't understand him. He's neither of this country, this world, or this time. This is tomorrow's child, and he brings back the inspirations and ideas of tomorrow. He won't be on you about raises and bonuses, because his needs are not essentially financial. But don't get too used to it. He'll be moving on soon. You see, he has to be him. But if he should stay, consider yourself flattered. How many bosses can say, instead of a Christmas bonus, they gave a man himself, and he was grateful. What makes Aquarius nonconformist? Aquarius is ruled by the planet Uranus. Uranus moves in a direction contrary to that of the other planets, with the exception of Neptune. This gives the Aquarian a different perspective and allows him to see life through a different set of eyes and to have a different set of values by which to live.
What makes Aquarius social? Uranus is the planet of change. The Aquarian's true reality is the state of man and his eventual destination. So the Aquarian works for the possibilities of mankind and the perfect society. He is motivated by the creed that says, we must not forget each other.
What makes Aquarius evolved? Uranus stresses the higher planes of human existence, causing the native to rise above physical considerations to the plane of spiritual existence, allowing him to touch the coming state of man's survival and to belong more to what man can be than what he has been.
What makes Aquarius? Progress. Uranus is disruptive, and Uranus rules Aquarius. Because others are, doesn't mean you are not. The Aquarian with the ram moon has this to learn. Your way is your way, and if it works for you, fine. But someone else may have a way of their own. And it may not be the best, but it is theirs. To be suspect of an opinion or a way because it isn't yours can place you in that never-never land that is neither have or have not. With a bit more faith in others, you can make things come off. Better to share the credit than carry the debt alone.
An idealist who loves people as well as causes. That's the water bearer with the moon in Taurus. This is also the addition of a fixed air sign to a fixed earth sign, and change is not a welcome idea. You are a constant one, and are at ease when everything around you keeps going as it has. You are not someone in a hurry, and you insist on the luxury of free choice, even though it slows you down.
The Aquarian need to know the truth, aided by the Gemini need to express it, is the natural result of the Aquarian moon in the sign of the twin. There may be an inclination towards drifting, and outsiders may not be able to find definition in your pattern, but it's there. You make your own picture puzzle, and the pieces fit. Once completed, the picture is a true reflection of what the mind can accomplish when it has the time and the need.
The moon in Cancer increases sensitivity and the love of home in any native. But when it is added to the Aquarian sign, these two factors become even more evident. Your reactions are more likely to be emotional than intellectual, You are also one of the most intuitive natives in the Zodiac. This is the result of the Aquarian feeling for people and the moon child's quality of absorption and susceptibility.
There is an inner struggle between mind and emotions when the Aquarian moon is in Leo. You can never be sure from one moment to the next which will take the lead. Beyond this confusion, there are the positives: imagination, warmth, a belief in people and a dignity in manner. There is also a loving nature and a desire to be seen and known. This combination not only believes in utopia, but often tries to make it a reality.
You have the clear eye with a head that's all together when the Aquarian moon is in Virgo. Preciseness is your way, and order is the order of the day. Loose ends, unfinished business, unresolved situations can get you uptight. You're the one who'll stay up all night waiting for the other shoe to drop. You're cautious, critical, and correct.
The Aquarian moon in Libra provides the world with another love person. You are one of the imaginative people who seek the beautiful things and regard the world with a kind, soft eye. Wherever you are, whether it be thick forests or concrete jungles, there's always space enough for the spirit to live in, and a reason for a song to be sung.
It's hurrah for me when Aquarius has its moon in Scorpio. Your existence will never be a secret, and no one will be more aware that you exist than you. Positive you are, powerful you are, with a drive that dominates everyone with whom you come in contact. There is only one person that you truly bet on, and you're it. Most people are forced to admit it's a good bet.
When the Aquarian moon is in Sagittarius, the Aquarian love of social truth and the Sagittarian's love of beauty combine to inspire independence of thought and imagination. You're an individual who doesn't bend where principles are concerned. There's the element of freedom in everything you do. There's also, of course, the Sagittarian impulsiveness, which needs containment. You can blow your cool and blow a deal in a matter of moments.
Your country, right or wrong, is the Aquarian attitude when the moon is in Capricorn. This is the sign of the super patriot, the public servant, and someone born to have a voice in the working of his country, whether by holding office or by making his vote count. You are a serious native who doesn't take either yourself or your responsibilities lightly. This quality makes you a favorite of your superiors and of the public, both of whom contribute essentially to your success.
The water bearer with his moon, also in Aquarius, knows how to think. This is a brainy combination, the natural intellect of Aquarius being compounded. You not only think, but you think positively. In fact, there is very little about you that is not constructive and positive. You are more inclined to live in a small circle than in the world, but wherever you live with taste and dignity.
The Aquarian with a Piscean moon is a student in his heart, and the more you satisfy this natural inclination, the more substantial you become. If you try to fly by the seat of your pants or to play things by ear, you can drift into some other kind of reality that has no value. But with the foundation of facts and reference, your fancy can scale to heights where few have the ability to venture. You will see mysteries revealed that most will never know. 4 is the number of good givingness, and the gifts of the life power are measured out. It is the Aquarian dream that each will have his fair portion. 4 is the symbol of all things expressing and none failing. This is the world of Aquarius. 4 is the sign of memory, meaning that nothing that lives will be forgotten. This is the reflection of Aquarian's hope. 77 years ago, the man said, we created a new idea, that all men are created equal, and Aquarius wants to see that promise kept. 400,000 years ago, man lived in a cave. 400 years from now, he may live in the stars, and Aquarius will have pointed the way. Four are the corners of the earth, and the Aquarian sense of social justice extends to each and every corner.
Because opal contains many in one, because it holds the light of many colors, allowing them to form a single idea, it is the Aquarian gem. And opal is essentially the stone of friendship. It is a stone which blends and creates harmony in what otherwise would be individual colors, striving for identity. It symbolizes the Aquarian idea because the Aquarian dream is the dream of all being allowed to be what they are. But opal, though friendly and multicolored, does not dramatize or make important one single color. And the Aquarian has this to remind him, that in the attention to many, the cause of the individual can be lost.
Color Aquarius, an electric blue. As blue as the inner part of the flames of furnaces, blowtorches, and all the fires that say, men are working here. As blue as the sky which serves as a blanket for everyone. For the Aquarian forgets no one, whether he toils in the bellies of ships or seals metal on the high beams of skyscrapers. You, Aquarius, contained in the soft blue heart of Uranus, must understand that every man is not born perfect, and that sometimes the causes far exceed some of the individuals they intend to serve.
So Aquarius, remember the number 4 and forget no one. Long for the harmony of the opal. Know that the sky is everyone's blanket. If you will just remember that in the many, someone significant can be lost.
In love, Aquarius? You'd prefer to call it friendship. Well, whatever you call it. The thing is, it involves two distinct sexes, which of course you're aware of, but you're not sure if it's the person or their problem that has you interested. After all, it's a human being, and if they're in need, what can one do but be there?
In love with an Aquarius man, my girl? I hope you're in no hurry, and that you believe in long engagements. The thing that may throw you is he may rather discover your inner hang-ups than uncover your outer possibilities. There are some men you can reach in the kitchen, some in the garden, others in the game room. The Aquarian is most vulnerable in the den, where you watch the social revolution happening on TV. However, if you're patient and believe in causes, he is a warm, loving man who will allow you your freedom and make you proud of him very often. He helps to design the future, and he cares about people, which includes you.
In love with an Aquarius girl, my man? Well, it's too late to change her now. What you must know is her big fear of someone clipping her wings. which you shouldn't even consider doing. Her beauty is in her uniqueness, and her courage to say no to thousands of years of dogma is worthy of all your respect. The plus with an Aquarian girl is always the fact that she'll never crowd you. Oh, she may dig into your mind and heart to discover what you're all about, but she'll never compromise her faith in you by not trusting you. This is a pure heart, and she is capable of loving you in a very distinct way. She'll never put you down, as long as she feels you're being true to yourself. And if it doesn't work out, the exit is always graceful. You're a person, so she'll always love you, if for no other reason than that.
Out of love, Aquarius? Well, you can still be friends. Next time, try a Libra, Gemini, or Aries. And try to remember, no one can wait forever.
The Aquarian begins with a need to need. There must be something in this whole world one can care about, and this is what he wants to find. In time, he'll find an infinite variety. He is, in truth, the arrow which points the way to tomorrow. And so, in this time, in this place, there are some problems posed. The first one is, he doesn't seem to fit into the picture gracefully. He is afflicted with being different. He thinks differently, he feels differently, and he has a built-in set of responses that very few can fathom. His head may be in the clouds, but his heart is in the right place. It is with people, and they are very important to him. It's just so difficult to convince anyone of this when you're young. One thing he'll always have, and that is friends. He'll collect them like other kids collect match covers, autographs, and marbles. He will not rebel against authority. He will simply refuse to acknowledge its existence. His thought will always be, if it is suspect.
In his second season, the young Aquarian begins his odyssey. No road will be too remote, no avenue too crowded. He will travel them all. He'll turn up in places most people never knew existed. The difficulty is that there are so many wrongs in the world. Where does one begin? What good is it to have a message from tomorrow when you can't make people listen? Aquarians have the problem of remembering, and that is because they are remembering the future. Finding a place is the water-bearer's dilemma.
In his third season, the Aquarian who has arrived discovers that in one you may find all. In one job you serve the cause of work. In one cause you serve all causes. In one love you know all love. For the Aquarian has the greatest contribution to make. It is the talent for seeing beyond notion to truth, of being able to see beyond the necessity of the moment to the necessity of tomorrow.
In his final season, the water-bearer is still unconventional, still stating the ideal yet to be, still telling the world that it has a long way to go. Loved by many, idolized by the young, and very close to wisdom, if not in the heart of it, and possessing the gift that men have always longed for, the gift of prophecy. For Aquarians, men and women alike, to become is to care. And they know the satisfaction of having reached above themselves to embrace other people and greater realities.
I believe that cosmic religious sense is one of the strongest and noblest motives behind scientific research. Albert Einstein. I hold it for certain that the celestial bodies have in them certain other influences besides heat and light. I have practiced astrology, and you have not. If I do not condemn it, how can you presume to do so? Sir Francis Bacon. It is the stars above us, governs our conditions. William Shakespeare. Ye stars, which are the poetry of heaven, in your bright leaves we would read the fate of men and empires. Lord Byron. Astrology is astronomy brought down to earth and applied to the affairs of man. Ralph Waldo Emerson. We of the fixed stars have rejected the message of the wanderers of the sky. Do they not tell us of things to come as well as of things long past, buried in the racial memory of man? Henry Miller. It is the very error of the moon. She comes more near to earth than she was wont, and makes men mad. From Othello by William Shakespeare. We are born at a given moment, in a given place. And like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything more. Carl Jung.
I know you, Pisces, by all the dreams the world has dreamed, by the perfect aloneness of the sea, and the soft blue infinity of the sky. I know you by the moments of solitude in which the pure music of being is heard, those quiet moments of inspiration and revelation that form the soul, allowing you to reach beyond yourself.
I have seen you, Pisces, seeking space in a crowded world, finding an opening in the darkest day that lets the clear light in and denies the obvious, ugly, and unfeeling.
I have heard you, Pisces, reciting your soliloquy, calling on life to be gentle, reading the words of the great poets, and reaching out to make soul people of us all.
Pisces, your word is sensitive, from the Latin sensare, meaning to feel.
If you're the kind of employee who can only function with a whip snapping over your head, and a boss who shouts orders like a drill sergeant, should you work best where everybody is pitched above high C and bordering on hysteria, don't work for a Pisces. He's sensitive, gentle, and speaks softly. Leadership is not his big need, but he handles it well in a quiet atmosphere, one in which everyone under him is self-motivated and conscientious. The Piscean boss won't be glued to his desk. He requires space and motion, but he will often be more creative than the people he hires for that purpose. If a creative, refined atmosphere appeals to you, Pisces is your kind of boss.
If you're looking for an employee, and what you want is a hard-hitting, tough-skinned worker with a strike-breaker personality, if you have no room in your frantic operation for a quietly inspired and very human being, don't hire a Pisces. He's a long way from the cave and the tree, and he doesn't have to be attacked to be effective. Though he may not be easily understood, the Piscean will provide an added strength to your organization that you may not be able to put your finger on. It will transcend facts, figures, and the obvious elements. He or she will have the gift of foresight. They seem to be tuned in on another frequency. And if you have the time to listen to a quiet voice, you may pick up some very privileged information. What makes Pisces dream? Neptune is the planet which rules the non-practical aspects of living. So Pisces seeks fulfillment in the possibilities instead of the realities, and finds escape from a world often too materialistic to be endured.
What makes Pisces sensitive? Neptune is said to be the planet of extrasensory perception. It rules the non-physical forces in the body, creating in the native impressionability, psychic abilities, and the sense of a world which transcends the flesh.
What makes Pisces care? Neptune is a social planet, a higher order of love planet, which causes the Piscean to carry the pain and negatives of all people within him, and develops within the native a responsibility for all that people feel.
What makes Pisces? Feelings. For Neptune rules Pisces, and Neptune is feeling. The sun in Pisces and the moon in Aries manifest in a native of quiet aggressiveness, and one where appearances are only half the picture. The public may see an outwardly striving competitor, but on another level of your existence, there are different things happening, things which deal with a subjective and sensitive world, which you do not make known to others. There is also a tenseness just below the surface, because at times the sensitivity of the fish clashes with the rashness of the ram.
You are one of the larger fish when your Piscean moon is in Taurus, large and sociable. You move slowly and cautiously. Your best luck seems to be in the area of dollars and cents. You thrive in domestic circumstances, and in the professional and business world, you seek not so much power or fame as fulfillment and peace of mind. Friends are an important part of your life, and you are loyal to them and inspire loyalty in return.
If it were possible, you would swim upstream and downstream at the same time when the Pisces moon is in Gemini. You're capable of exceptional mental activity, but the question is, where do you focus it? You're a ready student, apt and quick, but the confidence it requires to apply knowledge is often lacking. You'll never want for variety, but you may find it necessary to settle on one thing sometime. That's when you'll discover that decision is a talent you cultivate by the courage it takes to be able to fail without giving up.
The Piscean moon in Cancer creates an emotional overflow. The sun-moon polarity of water signs increases sensitivity to an incredible degree. You have instant identification with anything and anyone. Also the ability to penetrate and absorb sensation on a level that hardly seems to be of this world. You have paper-thin skin and bruise easily, and anywhere empathy is required is where you belong.
The nervous fish hides behind the lion's facade. Your appearance does not tell your entire story. You may achieve the throne, doubting all the while that you belong there. You may challenge a person or a situation and be convinced there's no possibility of winning. Your biggest fight is defeating your attitude of self-defeat. When this happens, your results catch up to your possibilities.
The phrase, a well-rounded person, is extremely apt when Pisces has the moon in Virgo. All your individual characteristics manage to work in harmony. There is nothing erratic or inconsistent in your makeup. You have a sane approach to life generally and specifically. Your emphasis is on understatement as opposed to the dramatic and the obvious.
The fish with the Libran moon is ever close to art. You're a Pisces meant to be a free spirit, and anything that touches the soul is part of your odyssey. Any journey you make is bound to be a pleasant, special adventure. The ordinary, the unimaginative, and too much reality bore you. Inspiration is the light you travel by, and is all the light you require.
Pisces with the moon in Scorpio is the result of two water signs meeting each other without achieving complete rapport. The tense fish and the intense scorpion produce a native capable of extreme moods and one who is often suspicious of the sympathetic qualities he finds within him. In spite of the emotional unevenness, you have an essentially practical nature and a belief in the status quo.
You are a fish truly made for the sea if your moon is in Sagittarius. There is a scope to your view of all things, and a mind capable of holding more than one thought at a time. There is an outgoingness to your nature that sometimes seems incompatible with the depths of your intellect. The truth is, you have the capacity to live on several levels at once, without compromising any.
When the Piscean moon is in Capricorn, this fish swims only upstream, and a big stream it is. Quietly, almost unseen, you make your way with care and attention to detail. There is a deceptive strength in this native because he appears so unassuming. But you have a powerful drive to accomplish and be a conspicuous fish in a very large ocean.
You would rather do something for your world than for yourself when the Piscean moon is in Aquarius. Public life appears to be a natural habitat, for ideals are interwoven with your hopes, aims, and activities. Two things never desert you: your powerful imagination and your conviction that men will rise because they must. You are one of those people who never forget how to care.
Pisces with the moon in Pisces gives the native little peace of mind. It's a cold world out there, and it's very warm in here. Besides, out there people get hurt, which could include you. You seek the company of gentle souls, but essentially you go a rather lonely way. You're sometimes too contemplative to be effective. Still, you have your own secret satisfactions that very few are aware of. Seven is the spiritual number, and Pisces is the spiritual sign of the Zodiac. 7 is the number of safety, and the Piscean dream is safety for the world. 7 is the indicator of rest, and Pisces is the sign of respite from the competition in a material world. 7 is the symbol of occult intelligence, and Pisces is ruled by the mystical planet of Neptune. 7 are the wonders of the world, and Pisces has the soul to know them all. 7 are the ages of man and the levels of growth. Pisces is the final evolvement. Seven are the number of heavens, and Pisces will inherit them all.
Because a moonstone is white and soft upon the eyes, because it reflects infinity in gentle terms and pure tones, it is Pisces stone. If you hold a moonstone to the light of the sun, moon, stars, or the light of candles, the light enters and passes through, just as the Piscean allows all things to touch him and pass through. But some moonstones are so cloudy that most of the light is lost. And the fish has this to remind him, that if you let all the feelings in and cannot let them go, they eventually will die within you and be lost.
Color Pisces green. As green as the sea is green when it is still and waiting. As green as things that live and grow in the sea or on land. For Pisces is touched by every living thing. You, Pisces, swimming in the misty eye of Neptune, must remember that nothing which lives can escape the realities which form its existence, and that man is not only soul, but flesh and mind, and one cannot be sacrificed to serve the other.
So Pisces, inherit your 7 heavens. Let everything in like the moonstone. Believe in all the green and living things. Remember, to truly live, one must live in this world and in this time. Escaping is postponement, not living.
In love, Pisces? Yes, and it's making you nervous. There's this concern that maybe you aren't worthy. I mean, this partner of yours seems to have so much. You're wondering why such an exceptional person has a need for someone like you. Nevertheless, you are in love. You just wish it didn't make you so unsure of yourself.
In love with a Pisces man, my girl? Can you live on love and dreams? Are you able to keep the hope of utopia alive while the cold facts of the present tend to freeze your optimism? You are about to enter into another dimension that has little to do with the world most people live in. This man hears another kind of music. It's a lonely music. And if you want to share his world, your first offering must be your faith in him. If you give him this, he can rise and accomplish, and give you the kind of love most women give up hope of ever knowing. If faith is something you lack, be good to both of you, and silently leave the scene.
In love with a Pisces girl, my man? Your ego is about to be bathed in warm water. Or better, warm honey. You are now living in the land of the lotus eaters, and you may never get down to earth again. This woman insists on being purely feminine, and that means you are playing Tarzan to her Jane. She will cling to you and compliment you. She'll advertise you as the world's greatest guy, and the more she inflates your image, the more she'll dominate your existence. You won't quite know how it happened, but that helpless, defenseless, dependent ball of fluff will be calling the shots, and you may be fighting for your life and your manhood. Nevertheless, if you can keep the balance of power where it belongs, you'll have a real feminine girl who will never give up on love or dreams.
Out of love, Pisces? It happens to everybody, but naturally you'll blame yourself. Next time, try a Scorpio or a Cancer. And remember, the more faith you have in your worth, the less pain you will have to endure.
Pisces begins with a need to dream and to drift on a sea of imagination. His is another reality, another world, and very few others can be part of it. The difficulties arise from the native's refusal to let his dreaming be interfered with. He is the child who must follow his own voice, go his own way, but he must do so quietly and achieve subtly. This is not a child who is born tough. He is extremely sensitive to all that happens about him, and he has little, if no, immunity to the pain that an insensitive world can cause him. He requires warmth and fluidity. A cold and rigid atmosphere will cause him to withdraw so deep into himself that nothing will ever reach him. If frightened too severely, a part of him may die or go to sleep for a long time. The thing it is difficult for the less sensitive people to understand is that Pisces speaks in the language of the soul, and you can hear him only when you listen with your soul.
In his second season, Pisces begins his journey. He is torn between two choices: to swim up to where the light comes from, or to descend into the lower, darker depths of the sea. To swim up is to face the world partly on its terms. Sometimes the Piscean, highly vulnerable, too impressionable, and as unprotected as an exposed nerve, feels the need to escape the challenge of the world that most people must face in order to survive. He finds it difficult to cope with the external forces, and so he begins to rely solely on the forces within himself and loses contact with the other reality.
In his third season, the Pisces who has matured is prepared to meet the world halfway. He brings to anything he touches or becomes involved with a unique view and an imagination that seems to touch another time and another level of existence. His sensitivity makes others aware of the values of their own feelings, and his ability to focus his inside eye on a problem for extended periods of time makes him an asset in any field of endeavor. He will bring to those he touches a sense of the world's music and poetry, and will inspire many of the lost to rediscover themselves by the simple knowledge that someone truly knows what they feel and cares.
In his last season, the Piscean seeks the clearest, most serene waters he can find. and surrenders himself completely to the other world. He will have served reality in a very special way. Many will have been affected by him, and the sense of him will linger within them long after he has moved along to his real place. He may share his quiet place with someone else, and he will share his love and his wealth of beauty, but always there will be that thing of his own that no one will touch. For Pisces, man and woman alike, to become is to dream, and they have the fulfillment of seeing a life made more significant by the dreams that became reality.
I believe that cosmic religious sense is one of the strongest and noblest motives behind scientific research. Albert Einstein. I hold it for certain that the celestial bodies have in them certain other influences besides heat and light. I have practiced astrology, and you have not. If I do not condemn it, how can you presume to do so? Sir Francis Bacon. It is the stars above us, governs our conditions. William Shakespeare. Ye stars, which are the poetry of heaven, in your bright leaves we would read the fate of men and empires. Lord Byron. Astrology is astronomy brought down to earth and applied to the affairs of man. Ralph Waldo Emerson. We of the fixed stars have rejected the message of the wanderers of the sky. Do they not tell us of things to come as well as of things long past, buried in the racial memory of man? Henry Miller. It is the very error of the moon. She comes more near to earth than she was wont, and makes men mad. From Othello by William Shakespeare. We are born at a given moment, in a given place. And like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year and the season in which we are born. Astrology does not lay claim to anything more. Carl Jung.